Door, and I'm joined by Possible to bring you guys today's grand finals. It has been a long time coming. It's been a long road here for a lot of these students, but Paul, they earned it, and they had to work hard to do so.
Tuck into that corner. Such a difficult retake. I mean, even that was going to be difficult for Instinct, and that was probably the best chance they had. Another 4 kills for Jakey in the round. But Jakey cleaning up alongside Xiaoyinho. More and more Pearl for us. No way for Glyph to salvage this situation. And UST, after 32 rounds, get their Pearl. Oh, so very sensible pick here from OC, and a map where they should be able to very comfortably answer back. Match point already.
I didn't expect me to soon. I'll be honest, it felt like it flew by.
They're not stalling, they're not waiting. It's a 13-5 to tie up our series. Split is going to be our third map of the day. And this is the map coming into this series I felt the most confident about for UST.
All it takes is one favorable trade, and UST just seemed to topple all of OC. OC up to 5. This is... salvage isn't even the right word. Resurrected by OC. That's an angle to work with, and they didn't actually do that much. He holds it despite the attacking lockdown, and the operator quickly stops any plans OC had of making this map go to overtime.
But now we go to probably what you have to assume is, if not their worst map, their least common. Lotus is UST's permaban.
This is not how we expected this map to go, Paul. I think we can say that. Oh, Saint with a big set of 2, though. UST rest on their laurels for a moment too long. Saint now wants more. Drips for a 3rd, and he seems a little mad. I don't think he's thinking about it. And he wins it. Oh, another player. Now he's worried about behind. He's seen the chamber come from here before. Entry held off by a grenade for a moment. He comes in, and Joey's fighting Ghost. He has no clue where this player is. The shadows off the buildings could scare him at this point, but he's got the right angle. Entry's got the right shot, though. A win for OC makes it a 5-7 half. I am scared, though. UST are 2 for 2 on 30-plus round games in the past 2 days. I have to feel like if this thing goes to OT, they're slightly favored.
Saint, the last one standing, has to reload. The last one on site, at least. It's all on Entry now, and with just an op to his name, he's being covered. Nate is holding the line. Not allowing Entry to stop the defuse, already half done. There, it does get stopped. Entry found just the tiniest hole of timing, and the headshot doesn't come through.
Oh my god, Paul. They do not make Valorant games better than these.
2, it's all on you now to try and deny overtime.
One shot.
Perfect shot! Maybe not perfect, but it'll do. We get more OT in this series.
UST on a game point that they have to win.
The last one didn't quite land. Nate, not quite the perfect placement on the crosshair. Jakey with the match is done! Ruins everything OC wanted. Flash, it catches him. Jakey, it takes him an uncharacteristic second, but he'll get it done.
I swear you can see his mouth shake. Despite the nerves on both these teams, I don't care what tier 2 situation you've been in before. There's money on the line. There's a lot of pride on the line, and this is as close as finals get.
Nate, how could you ever lock this up here? You can't. We'll go for 2 more rounds. This has not been seen by UST. Will they anticipate him tucked into the corner?
They absolutely don't.
So much utility. No Entry can't stay around to help him. He's not cleared. He's not cleared. 1, 2. Already, I'm getting flashes of Teague from yesterday. Another race tucked into a corner that UST don't anticipate.
2v1 now, Sake. Gotta bail him out. Tall order for pretty much anybody. Does get around. He isolates a 1v1. Oh, but he wants the 1v1 with Saint. He dodges the flash. That's the last play Saint's making the CP's out. How did he get away? No! UST up to 15. He has moved like you would not believe. His feet dance like no other. And OC are spun in circles. They had no idea where he was. Okay, Instinct waiting for the opportunity. hit a shot on time, gonna buy them a 5th map. The stun comes in, it's the last piece of util they've got, the satchel available. Makes Instinct wary of pushing forward. OC Saint, though, does save the day. Tiger at the back of the site. An unkillable god at this point in time. Bolstered by Jakey. Gets taken down. Gods may die to Saints, it seems, as OC are given a chance, a prayer. He needs the shot on the Jakey. Jakey choosing the right time to swing. Gets one. Saint for the second. The stun won't hit. But can he buy the final set of kills? He needs a spike plant or a miracle. The spike will go down. The arbiter shot through. Connects. And it's UST winning it all. Welcome on in, everybody. I hope you enjoyed our winter recap. We are into spring now, though, in Collegiate Valorant. Well, it has changed a lot. New teams out, old teams in, or the other way around. Either way, we've got plenty of good stuff to show you guys in one match for today, as well as tomorrow, that you're not going to want to miss.
I mean, this entire year of CVAL has been sick, right? What an amazing way to show the world that Collegiate Valorant is not only here to stay, but powerhouses, right? I mean, shout out to Jakey going to C9 and just dunking on kids. Collegiate Valorant better than VCT Americas? I think we've just proven it. I think that's the proof.
Hey, look, everyone put up a fight against Jakey, though Jakey did tend to come out on top, you know.
He was a top fragger here. We'll miss him. But thankfully, we have plenty of other good teams and amazing players fighting throughout the entire bracket. I mean, it's been a long road to get to our lower final score.
That it has, and there is one team missing. You mentioned it. No longer is Jakey around, so UST take a leave of absence for a moment, but that's no problem. Exactly. We got plenty of teams to step into their shoes, of which Blinn Blue, TAMU Maroon, and OCU are going to fill those shoes. Oklahoma Christian University and TAMU Maroon is our match of the day, and I mean, Paul, this is, I think, a big opportunity for TAMU. They've been looking to strike through for a minute now. They have been lingering in those semifinals, and now they get a lower finals to really try and make a mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TAMU, OC Esports, and Blinn, those are just like the best 3 teams, right? Like, all of those teams have placed either first or second in previous seasons. I'm glad to see that we have this consistent top 3 here in the South, because it gives me hope.
Which is great. Considering the top like 6 in the South, it's already really hard,
right? I mean, Ottawa Braves are no one to you can't look over them, even though they lost 2-0 to OC Esports in that lower semifinal. They got Android on that team, like ex-NRG player. Like, come on, dude. Ottawa Braves is great. UH Premier and UT Orange. So all 3 of those teams, by the way, I believe, if I've done my math correctly, will go to nationals. UH Premier and UT Orange have some fighting to do, maybe in a tiebreaker or such, to see who gets what seed, who gets the auto qualifier from this tournament, and who instead will qualify off of points. But they all have enough points to where I believe they should make it in. Ottawa Braves, of course, they'll just get the highest auto qualify from this tournament, because TAMU, Blinn, and OC, they already got it. They don't need them.
Yeah, again, it speaks to the strength of the South. Like, it is this strong, and that's even without USG sitting around. So, stark competition, to say the least. And with that, it leads to our match of the day. TAMU Maroon up against Oklahoma Christian University. Let's start out, Paul, with TAMU.
I mean, this is a free-range, organically grown collegiate team, right? One of the few still at the top end of Collegiate Valorant. We saw a lot of teams, spend buku bucks on scholarships, pick up a bunch of tier 2 players. TAMU, that's not their style. Noble, Dill, KHS, these guys have been on this team, I think, since you and I first started casting TAMU.
Since Collegiate Valorant was a thing.
And they've made some adjustments to this roster, right? Like, Aggro steps back to let guys like Tiny and Bing come in. Noble fill a more consistent role on the Duelist. But TAMU have proven that they are here to stay. There was a lot of question marks around them and teams like them. You think your SJSUs, your UH Premiers, both of which have kind of fallen to the wayside now, right? But TAMU's here to play still. They're not backing down.
No, you have to admire the story of this team. But that is not to be said that they are not, at least to some degree, an underdog now these days. When you're coming into these tournaments with these crazy scholarship schools that have everything going for them, and of which, on the other side of the bracket, we've got OC, a team littered with incredible talent pulled from the Tier 2 Valorant scene that you absolutely should be looking out for.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are crazy, right? Like, Entry, Glyph, Instant, all 5 of them, at some point, I have screamed out because of a crazy play that they made. I mean, OC Esports were the only team to take to take UST, rather, all the way to 5 maps. They played 2 series against them. It went 9 maps between the 2 series. Insanity, right? That's in big part due to guys like Glyph or Instinct, Entry. Those are the 3 I'm really focused on. But Eli and Saint, they filled their roles well. They do a phenomenal job. They really show up when you look at their assists per round. These guys are insane. This whole team is crazy. And I talked to Entry a little bit this week, and he was telling me after they lost to Blinn in the quarterfinals, they revamped everything. They revamped their rotations, their setups. They feel like they are a brand new team. So can they now go from that second place that we saw in winter to challenge for first? First, they got to go through the other second place team of TAMU to get there. It's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, I think for OC it's been an interesting journey because it's so tough for them coming in being relatively new. Obviously, there's a lot of schools coming in with scholarships and this, that, and the other, but there are kind of the old guard that you still have to go up against, and everyone's improving at a rapid pace. So it felt like when OC came in, they were at somewhat of an advantage. They were an unknown factor, but the semester they did come in, they took the scene by storm. Right?
Yeah,
they were winning and winning and winning. They weren't on a lot of broadcasts as well, which made them even scarier because there wasn't that much footage of them just dominating everybody who we expected to beat them. And so they came in, and that season they come up a little bit short. And I mean, I'd hardly say second place is short at this point. It's still an incredible performance, but they didn't get the win that they quite wanted. Yeah. And now the longer you're around, the more people understand you, the harder it becomes. And so I think a revamping is a little bit due for OC. And granted, of course, they haven't been around for long, and to say that it's due is, I think, a lot. But you don't adapt for a second in Collegiate Valorant. You fall behind by an inch, and it will turn into a mile. Like, you and I have seen this scene grow from the very beginning, and we know just how quickly not only the meta develops, but how fast teams improve. The level that Collegiate Valorant has been pushed to is sky high.
And that's why I'm so impressed with our top 3 teams from the South region, right? You know, looking across all regions of CVAL, outside of Northwood, right? There's a lot of fluctuation, a lot of tumultuousness, especially you look over in the West. Those guys, it's like new top teams every single season. They are brutalizing each other because of that constant adaptation you're talking about. But Blinn, OC, TAMU, they've been able to stay ahead of the rest of the competition. Now it's just a question of who inches even further still.
Yeah, you cannot give up anything for any of these teams, and I think it's impressive enough that we have teams fighting here. We talked about OC getting here and what their story is like, but TAMU, I mean, this is a team that's got to do it tooth and nail. Like we said, they don't have the resources of other teams. They've been here since the start. The fact that they're here is amazing. They're performing admirably, but every game they have to step up and play to their maximum potential. They have it in them. You and I know they have it in them to beat a lot of these teams. We know that TAMU is a team that can come out and explode, but they've got to do it for just 2 more matches. And it seems all the more doable because you and I have seen some crazy weekends, let alone 2 matches in Collegiate Valorant.
Well, we've seen weekends where a team played 2 tournaments and played
oh my god, not the
thing.
UCF Chronicles, the 300 rounds of Valorant in one weekend that
to
UCF
win 2
played?
tournaments. And then we've seen teams come out of nowhere and win massive championships. We've seen what was it, 52 rounds was one of the first collegiate games I ever cast. UCI and UH Premier. Shout out to them.
Oh god.
No, it wasn't Rutgers then. But man, yeah, Collegiate Valorant is another beast. And speaking of beasts, I'm gonna take a look at 2 of the beasts we're gonna be looking at in this matchup. I think this is our most important head-to-head in this series, right? It's gonna be Noble and Entry. These guys are not just the entry players, pardon the unavoidable pun, but they're also just Jet players. Entry only plays Jet for his team pretty much, and same with Noble. That's all they're going to be playing, especially when, a little bit later we look at our maps. And these are their stats as Jet from this tournament. You'll notice ACS, first kills per round, pretty similar. Noble and Entry accomplish a similar amount for both of their teams. They're getting in, they're getting a lot of kills, they're creating openings. The difference is in your cast score. That's kill, assist, survive, trade score, for anyone who doesn't know. It basically just means when you take a fight, is that fight going well for you? Or at least going well for your team. And then the first deaths per round. Noble is dying significantly more in the first engagements and not getting traded out by TAMU as effectively throughout CVAL this tournament. So need to see a little bit more support or tradability. Noble stick with his team more, whatever is going on, because again, it's all been off stream. We can only theorize as to the exact cause. Whatever's been going on, Tim, you need to tighten up just a little bit. Otherwise, even if Noble and Entry go 50-50 on those engagements, OC are going to come out ahead.
Yeah, those trades are important. I also think it's important to notice the role that these two play. Oddly enough, pretty similar for both their teams. We talk a lot about Jets, this and that, but it's important that we talk about Entry Jets as well as operating Jets. Operating Jets obviously falling a little bit more by the wayside in recent time. Entry becomes a lot more important, and these two, I think, are both very adaptable in that regard. Collegiate tends to have Jet players that lean one way or the other. I look at these two, and I see dependability in both regards.
Yeah, that's very fair, right? And again, let's just go ahead and bring up the map set now, because every single map in this map set is just going to be a Jet map, right? Like, there was an outside chance, later, if somehow we get to 5 maps, we'll go to Lotus and then maybe Jets doesn't show up so much. But Haven, Ascent, Pearl, these are 3 maps that both OC and TAMU love. We were always going to get split in fracture bands. Those are the 2 maps that these teams both dislike. And then toward the end of this map pick, you see where, like, the individuality, the flavor starts to come in. TAMU more of an Icebox team, and OC more of a Lotus team. But the trick is actually getting to Icebox or Lotus, right? These first 3 maps are so pivotal.
Absolutely. And I think that where the series is almost decided in a way, because for OC, they're coming into this, and I don't think that I would predict the match to wipe ever, but there's definitely an advantage to OC. And OC wants to be consistent about that, right? You're playing 3 Jet maps, you're playing 3 comfort maps. Yes, they're comfort maps on the other side as well, but if you win the first one, in theory for them, if they can do it again and again and again, which they should want to, with consistency like that, with players like these, then they should be able to do that consistently. If they drop one of these and that consistency wavers for a little bit, all of a sudden I start to worry, right? Because those Jet maps are no longer a feeling of guaranteedness for OC, a team that, again, has a very similar composition likeness to TAMU on the other side.
Especially when we go to Ascent, right? Ascent, I think, is actually going to be the fulcrum around which this series pivots. Whoever wins Ascent is much more favored. Both these teams, since the beginning of February, for any significant, like, collegiate match, this is, not just CVAL, but like NECC or those matches, right? Both these teams are undefeated on Ascent. 100% win rate for both TAMU and OC. Haven and Pearl, a little bit more OC favored, like, percentage-wise, but it's not that much, right? So Ascent is really what we got to keep our eye on later on in the series. But first things first, we go to Haven. And first things, even the firster, let's go ahead and see. I told you I talked to Entry a little bit. And it wasn't just a private conversation, guys. Let's go ahead and hear what he had to say about this season, CVAL, and everything OC.
No charges enemy remaining. No charges left.
Well, I started first in CSGO back 6 years ago, or 10 years ago now, actually. Played 5 to 6 years of that, and then I started playing Valorant. When it first came out, I think I started like Plat 2, and I hated the game. I absolutely despised it. So I switched back to CSGO, and I was like much happier there. Took about 2 or 3 months off, and then came back to the game after uninstalling it and hating it. And I actually fell in love with it again, which was really nice. And I got up to Immortal that act, and I was like really excited. I was like, woo, like, I love this game again. And then it just kind of barreled onto there, eventually got to Radiant, and then found myself at OC. I was looking for a college. OC offered to have a really good team, really good structure, so I decided to come here. Wow. I would genuinely say there's a couple teams that we're really excited to face. Number 1 being Northwood. We were very disappointed. I mean, we were happy that SCC beat them and got like that first one against them. That's really cool. But obviously we wanted to do that. So they're in another tournament, SCC beat them, and we were going to play Northwood in them. But instead, we're going to have to hopefully verse them in the Nationals now. So first of the many teams that we hope to face would be Northwood. The second team would probably be Fisher Blue. They are a really good tier 2 team that has been coming up really like high up in the rankings. They've been doing very well So we definitely want to face them. And then the third team / fourth team would be SEC and Blinn. /fourth team would be SEC and Blinn. I think those are both the other two top competitors fighting for a final spot. Our whole year has came up to this Nationals tournament. No matter how this CVAL split goes, we know that we are all sitting here preparing for that Nationals tournament. So that's what matters. We are very, very hungry to go to LA to win and to just be the best college team. Prove it.
Everybody wants to take a shot at Northwood, man.
I know.
everybody from the best to the not quite as the best teams. Everybody, when you ask them, they want to take a shot at Northwood. They'll have to wait till Nationals, though. Blinn also making that. I mean, it kind of has to at this point, right? They've knocked each other down in the quarterfinals 2 tournaments in a row. Last season, OC beat Blinn in the quarterfinals, knocked them to the lower bracket. They had to run it all the way back, where they lost in the lower final right here. And then this season, OC are now the team who get knocked in the quarterfinals. Somebody always gets knocked in the quarterfinals and has an insane run. Blinn actually won the whole thing after losing to TAMU in the quarterfinals. There's just so much interconnected history between these teams. It's amazing. I love this.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is one where because the teams are so close to the top and because it is a game of inches at the top.
Oh, yeah.
It's very common to just see a team slip up for one map or what. God, one round sometimes with how close these games are.
True.
I mean, you saw the recap of the winter finals.
So that round, that round's sake will live in my head. I will be thinking about that on my deathbed.
Like, not just that round, but, like, how many times we went to OT? We had 2 30-plus round games over the course of a 4-game series. And that's just the... Like, this was happening repeatedly throughout the bracket, and it continues to do the same thing this season.
Ah, God, CVAL's just so exciting. And Nationals starts next week. Nationals starts a week from today.
No breaks, Paul.
That's crazy, dude.
I do not admire the schedules of these players right now.
you don't envy.
They got finals and stuff, man.
It's insane, dude. It's insane. You get 1 week to review like the 8 games that are happening in every region, like this weekend, right? It's insane. It's insane. OC, of course. I believe. I actually haven't been told exactly how national seeding works, so I'm speculating a little bit. But
it's a little convoluted. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure first seeds, no matter the tournament, are better than second seeds, no matter the tournament. So you'll want to beat Blinn here if you're TAMU or OC, because currently they're both going in as that like second seed from auto qualifications, right? Still better than a point qualification in theory. But you wanna dodge teams like Northwood for as long as you can. Get some footage on them at Nationals, right? So that you can properly counter and prepare for taking a shot at the king.
Well, I think that's the struggle in South. It is because I would argue, at least, this is definitely the region with the most top-loaded talent, right? We have between 6 to 8 teams that could definitely compete for qualification and are going to compete for qualification, and I think can compete at a national level. All of a sudden, it's like, okay, other regions, it's like you got first, maybe a second-place team that are really, really competing, and then everything else is like, okay, their teams are still going to qualify, but it's very clearly that. So, say you get first seed here, you get to play the teams that weren't of that upper echelon from the other regions. Here, now, if you just happen to be a little bit worse than the top 2 teams here, all of a sudden, your competition gets way harder.
It's not even necessarily worse.
The
it's
density
just like,
of...
have a bad day.
Exactly. Because of the density of talent in South, your risk of facing a high-level team from another region is infinitely higher.
True. And I mean, while we've got a second, because I think we're still waiting on teams to get fully in the lobby here. Getting collegiate players in the match properly. That's what really TAMU have brought. We're talking about them being like a homegrown, organic CVAL, like collegiate Valorant team before teams started bringing to. That's what they've really brought along with them. Is the
sweet lobby delays.
Yeah, truly. But like you look through the other regions, right? You look at North. You've got Northwood, who are pretty clearly the team there, right? It's good to see St. Clair Saints make some additions to their roster and like become a little bit more competitive with Northwood. In theory, at least, right? They took a win off of them in a non-CVAL tournament when they were using a sub. And then Northwood like brought their full roster in for their CVAL match against them in like 3-0. So who knows what's going on in the North outside of Northwood? It's hard to really theorize who might be a top player there.
That's why everyone wants a piece of them, though.
Exactly.
Like they see Northwood sitting on top of the region. They're like, you guys just have it easy.
You guys just everyone like I don't even think it's like going to national. I have no clue. I have no. You and I have been casting Collegiate Valorant longer than anybody. I have no clue how final or now nationals is gonna go. But I don't think North would do either. Like Northwood, it was a throne. They sat on it for a while. Now there is a big question mark, and everybody wants to be the team that kicks them off that high horse.
Sure. I mean, just between. I mean, I can Blaine, OC, Fisher, Winthrop, right? I'd name any of those teams to potentially really give Northwood a run for their money at the very least.
Yeah.
That's 4 other teams. Only 2 of those teams will get to land theoretically with Northwood, right? So 3 total.
Northwood's insane. Very thankful for the regional nature of this tournament right about now. It's scary though. Ever since things went regional, Northwood has just been on an island, and it's gonna be really cool to see everything come together. I'm excited. Nationals is gonna be super hype, and this game is gonna be just as much. So we're gonna send you guys to a 3-minute break. We get the rest of TAMU in lobby when we come back. It's game time, baby. Welcome back, everybody. We appreciate your patience during the quick break. We've just about got everybody around, and we've got a few more things to talk about. Let's talk specifically about players on these rosters, because we have seen some major performers. We talked a lot about the Jets and how integral they're going to be to this series, given the map pools of these players, but there are players surrounding and supporting them at that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the first player we're going to take a look at here is Glyph from OC Esports. I really want to highlight the fact that Glyph is an anomaly in Collegiate Valorant right now because he's one of the few Sentinel players that really likes to hang on to the Cypher. Anytime Glyph can, pull out Cypher, he is, and it's because he leans toward this lurk play style, right? You'll notice that his KD is super high, his kills per round super high, but his cast score is the lowest on his team by I think like 4 or 5%. And that's because he's not necessarily always tradable, because when OC are attacking and he's playing Cypher, he's on the other side of the map. He's looking for holes in the defense, openings that the defending team has over-rotated for or they didn't consider, those sorts of things. So Glyph on the lurks is something we have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, as well, when you think about traditional Cypher players, right, this is the person who you often are willing to put on an island in terms of especially maps like Haven, which is definitely going to be a critical point in this series. We talk about players that TAMU need to be able to get past consistently by outnumbering them and not getting either sprayed down or allowing that first initial trade to go their way. Glyph is the man.
And you know the crazy thing about their Haven door? They don't even play Cypher there. It's Killjoy. They play Cypher on Ascent instead, which is wild in the modern day and age. But Glyph still managed to pull off lurks on Haven on the Killjoy too, so it all comes out in the wash there.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of lurk or anchor, the damage is still the same. Glyph has been an icon, but as well, Instinct, supporting, like we said, Entry has done some real work.
Yeah, absolutely. And Instinct's interesting, too, because he's mostly a smokes player, right? But he has a pocket raise. Depending on the map, OC, they can pull out his pocket raise. Now, I'm not expecting to see his raise today unless we go, like, all the way to a map 5. But I really want to highlight his first kills and first deaths because he's a smoke player, right? But he still gets into the action way more consistently than any other smoke players in pretty much all of CVAL South, which is cool because he's really good at it. You know, 0.18 first kills per round is a great stat for a smokes player. You know, 1 in every 5 rounds.
I do worry a little bit that my smokes are endangering themselves like that. But if he gets away with it, it's not feeding. Is that like that?
That's the fine line, right?
This is a very fine line for a smokes player.
Well, and the fine line for Instinct is 0.04. 0.04 is the percentage difference, or not percentage difference, but like the kills per round versus deaths per round difference there. So definitely keeping an eye on Instinct. We'll want him to reel it in theory. Like if he's taking first fights against Noble, OC are gonna have a problem. If it's Entry against Noble, it's probably fine. But if it's Instinct, then it's not necessarily going as well.
Yeah, Instinct as well, a lot of the time backing up Entry in terms of those initial engagements and refragging him, which is super duper critical. That's where a lot of those first frags also will come from, is just by being second person in, not having too much aggro on you. So it's not to say he's playing in the worst of positions. We do have one more player we want to talk about, though, Paul, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not
it can't all be OC favored, right? KHS has had an insane performance this tournament, statistically, right? The dude plays Sova. And he's one of the top, I think, 3 ACS players, one of the top ADR. Assists still pretty high, too, right? Like, normally when, like, a player is picking up a lot of kills, it's maybe because they're not necessarily doing the role they're supposed to be doing. Like, when you're on Sova, throwing in darts, tagging with drones, supporting your team for those assists. But his assists, like, per round are still pretty good. But the dude is just fragging. Now, when I talked to Entry said apparently him and KHS are like good buds. They played on teams in like tier 2 in the past. And Entry said KHS was a baiter. And he's just getting like exit frags. We'll have to see if that's true. I have a little bit more faith in KHS to pick up kills when it matters, right? That's what we're looking for. Impact frags from KHS. Even if they're just trades in theory, ones that get you tangible advantages.
I think that's one of the interesting things that separates TAMU from the rest of the pack as well. As well, I would argue the same thing for Northwood, in that they are of that older echelon, but that older echelon, the older collegiate style, puts people in a lot of positions where they may not be playing roles they're comfortable in, or they may not have experience. I think TAMU, obviously, they're all comfortable in their roles at this point. Like, they've been playing this for so long. But at the same time, they're definitely more flexible in how they can get around. And so when things get chaotic, they tend to play really well because they're not really depending on any one person doing anything. It's I don't know if you know the concept of like total football from like back whenever. It's a soccer concept like of players being willing to play anywhere around the field, right?
Gotcha.
And it's the same exact thing with TAMU and some of these older collegiate teams. Whereas the teams that are coming in are okay, here's our smokes player, here's our entry, here's where we're our initiator, this, that, and the other. And it's fantastic. You get the specialization, you get the players that really know what they're doing. But on the other hand, you don't get players like KHS that come in and frag more than you would expect for a player in their given role.
Sure, and it's interesting for TAMU too because they've actually had like a lot of roster shenanigans in matches in CVAL, I think just due to like player schedules. So they've had to fill other roles in theory, but because TAMU has like a little bit of a deeper roster, because they still have a lot of like those old guard players, like Aggro is subbed in for this team at some points, you know, old man Aggro ready to graduate.
He is on like a cane at this point. in collegiate years, Aggro's.
God, we're basically, I'm made of dust at that point.
Well, yeah, I guess what does that make us?
Yeah, exactly, right? But it's been interesting to see like how flexible and yet inflexible TAMU has been because of like the fact that they have a deep roster and they constantly need to change their roster and their roles, but like they still want these players playing these roles. Nobles on Jet, Diny's on Initiator. We're not gonna switch it.
Yeah, I mean, as of late, they have brought in a little bit more of that, though. Like, Tiny playing Initiator.
Yeah, exactly.
Noble playing Jets as old as time, right? But Tiny coming in and playing Initiator has given some solidity to the roster and brought somebody on who's not a duelist player.
I think the game's ready, Dor.
That's good. Oh my god, is the game ready? Is the game ready, Paul?
I might be getting baited. Let's see.
Oh,
Drum roll,
wow.
please. Wait, maybe not. I might have baited us. We got about a minute and a half left. Okay. This is why I should never...
Why do I do this with you anymore, Paul?
The one time I'm able to read the English language, I bait myself into thinking that it meant what I thought it meant. Oh, well. So 90 more seconds you have to deal with Thor and I before the game.
That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I've had to put it with Paul for like how many years now? All right, Paul. How are we feeling about this game? I feel like this is definitely one of those ones.
Haven.
Exactly, where I want to think about Haven and Descent. The first two maps, you talked about Ascent being critical, but Haven is not somewhere I want to put TAMU ever behind. This was a map back in the day, which I know feels like it's not that long. It's a pretty long time collegiate-wise. It's a lot of semesters back, for TAMU. When they would dominate this map, it gave them the looseness that they needed to play how they wanted to play when they were spearheaded by aggro and everything kind of went their way. And you will absolutely smell kind of the remnants of that old playstyle when we head into Haven.
Oh yeah, I mean Noble and aggro actually have like semi-similar, as similar as two Jet players can have style-wise, right? So Noble picking up the Jet from this team. We're gonna see.
Lotus might be something, but we can talk about that at a later day. We've got Haven, and we've got 5 members of TAMU in the lobby. We're working somehow on different timers, but that's fine. That's fine. Maybe they slept. Maybe they're getting their beauty sleep. Maybe they get more frags for this. Maybe this is a strategic
round
thing.
1. Uh-oh. He apparently took the pistol, guys. Whoopsie. All right. Well, OC pistol. All right. They got 2 Vandals already. I'm loving it. Strong start for OC on their map pick. Let's get into the lower finals, shall we, Dor?
All right. So with one round having been done, TAMU, let's talk a little bit about the compositions that they're running. I mean, no surprises on either side, but there is a pretty big difference in terms of this Killjoy setup. Dill versus Glyph are 2 very different players in how they want to play it. The first of which is already down.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a hard round for TAMU, right? They only had Dill trying to support C and against 5 gunned up players. This is going to be a quick one, yeah.
And she's got the clear in. I think this might be first round, and it's just the overlay, though. Am I wrong? That was a lot of pistol kills for people who have rifles in their hands.
Ooh, it is the overlay.
Okay.
That makes more sense.
Don't look at the overlay. It's spoiling. Nobody look. No, cover your eyes. Listen to the sultry voice of Pulsable.
Yeah, my point stands about Dill getting overwhelmed. It just wasn't overwhelmed by guns. It was just overwhelmed by pistols. So now we go into that route. Well, now we know that OC. I wonder how this round is going to go. Actually, I'm surprised this round goes so well for OC.
I was going to say, I saw. Wait, let's not spoil. Let's not.
Yeah,
you might not have caught it.
We got a full 5-player gamble stack on C here.
Oh, I love this.
OC, if they're not careful, they're going to waltz right into it. Nice little owl drone in theory. Okay, yeah, it's going to go out. Should spot at least 1. Yeah, only gets the information on Dill. That's actually a super big clear from TAMU. That's the C player anyways getting spotted by the drone. Not much usable info, so it makes sense. OC, they're going to leave, go elsewhere.
You know there is nobody who's a bigger fan of a second round gamble stack than I, Paul. And, already.
True. I think that is true, actually. I can't think of one off the top of my head.
I dig it. I think it's it's got a lot of teeth to it, and especially in a match like this where you're looking to find rounds where you're upsetting OC more than just getting by. This is definitely a good play for Tammy. I love that they just stick to it too. Oh, the guts to do this kind of thing. Look at this. This is not going to end well for OC if they're not careful.
I mean, the problem is that Tammy just don't have the guns for this, right? Bing swinging out, trying to catch one player, but overswings it a little bit. I mean, some decent damage, right? Dill gets into the action. KHS picked up a rifle. That's not half bad.
That's not bad damage.
But it is still an OC round.
They brought him down to 2. I mean, granted, they're on the attacking side, so they get the spike plant money, so it might be still pretty fine, but this bonus is not going to be completely full, especially considering that some of those weapons are a little bit more expensive than others.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you do still have 3 Vandals for this bonus round, so it is pretty deadly, especially depending on how first engagement goes, right? And entry pretty close to the Blade Storm as well, in theory. Don't think he'll be able to get it on this round. I mean, they might take C Long Orb for him here, but even that would put him 1 off.
No, I don't. It's not worth the risk right now.
Aggressive. Look at Noble right now.
Like I said, I
It's
think
kind of crazy to do on a bonus.
It's an all gas, no brakes play for TAMU, one that, like we said, they are not unfamiliar with. On Haven, the duel in mid is found. Glyph forced out of the corner, traded effectively. Space has been gained massively for the defending team. OC recognizes that, looks to push forward onto the C site. It's a lot of entry though, and not much purchase found. Oh my! A big set of 2 to open up the game.
Yeah, Dill actually just saved this round for TAMU. Glyph getting a trade and info on 3 players in mid. That should have been OC converting on at least a spike plant, but Dill with a crazy swing down C long. No one expected him to go for that.
I mean, I think it's just the perfectly timed play. Dill held the back of sight for so long, not allowing OC any further past that 50% mark. And then right when they started to rest on their laurels, right when they started to feel comfortable with the space they gained, out he comes. Now it's Saint pushing against 3, and they're just going to let him use this.
30 seconds left.
Hey, trading for 1 more there? That's not half bad, considering the situation he's in. OC should have plenty of money going into this next round. Plenty of guns coming up, especially since entry. That was the cadence of the orb in the last round, right? Didn't get Blade Storm for that. Had to work with just a pistol. Oh well, now you have Blade Storm to buff the eco here. Still one sheriff. OC struggling a little bit on their economy. But it should all come out in the wash.
You're feeling the damage from the other round. Let's put it that way. Right? When they got knocked down to 2 on the second round, it was not something that doesn't have an effect on later rounds, and that's what this is. They're a little bit weaker. They should still have a chance. An aggressive play with the Blade Storm now. Don't really find much. Good smokes, good util to hold them off, and Noble. Another aggressive play from TAMU. Even re-swings it and kills Saint.
See, those are the sorts of aggro TAMU plays I was talking about before, man. That used to be aggro's favorite spot. So Noble taking one out of his buddy's book. Now he's just going to tuck into a corner here. This is super difficult for OC. Saint moves, flashes, fault line to try and get onto the site. And you really can't get yourself much information. You're relying really heavily on this Glyph lurk. But even that, you know for a fact there's going to be an alarm bot in garage, right? So you're funneled into the B site where 2 players are lying in wait.
This is so risky. Damn, you just have the reads right now. Oh my god. You get the entry in. Oh! Teeny just looks away at the Sonic. And unfortunately, that's just enough. The recon guard. What would be a trade?
The timing there was brutal. And he was thinking about an aggro swing out. It was like a good run, 10 seconds too late. And now the round's just falling apart. I don't know if the lockdown was 100% necessary, but 1v2, better play it safe than sorry. Snowball yourselves. It's a perfectly fine call from OC. And Dill, so low on time, just has to stomp his way into the B site. Is going to get cleaned up here. Nice crossfire set up by Eli and Entry, and they're waiting as long as they possibly can before they go for this fight.
6-it. Nothing surprising here. TAMU, I believe, going to be doing too great economically following that round loss, especially having given up pretty much every weapon. OC bolster themselves. Which brings us to here, now 3-1, likely to go to 4. cannot let things get out of hand if you're TAMU. They're the kind of team that needs this momentum. They've always been that way. Not to mention, just given the match, taking rounds early is important. Not to mention taking eco rounds, which I know there are definitely a few teams that we put up there in terms of teams that are kind of always dangerous.
Yeah.
TAMU, I think at some point was that team, but they need to prove that to us again.
Yeah, I don't think ecos have been going super well.
Yeah.
Crunch was a while ago in prep for nationals. I don't think they're doing anything phenomenal in terms of CVAL stats. Plus, they only have like the 3 sheriffs. Yeah, there goes one of them. Still gets spotted too. A gap in the smoke, I'm pretty sure, going into that back corner. Ah, goodbye. Yeah, nice little shock dart from Eli.
TAMU recognizes they're gonna have a pretty hard time getting in on this one. Sit back, rest, shot the round, try and trade out what you can. Can't economic damage. Taking entry certainly is a little bit of that. But I'm more concerned about what's happening next. I feel like the reach from TAMU has been actually phenomenal. I think their sides have been good. I think the in-game leading, the rotates have been well timed, but everything's just going wrong. The TNC spit, if that makes sense. There is no one major mistake from TAMU right now. Their timings on engagement slightly off. Their refrags haven't quite been there. But the strats themselves, I mean, whoever's calling them, it's been pretty ironclad.
And this is why, you know, it's hard not to get excited for OC as a team, you know, revamped roster as of this, like, semester, right? And now, like, they're so confident in and of themselves that they've really tightened up their ship, that they have those perfect timings, those perfect windows of opportunity. Trying to go for that same thing again, and he gets the value again. Wow. Surprised that OC let him get away with that.
As much as the coordination might not be there for TAMU right now, individual play still a highlight for them as always. TNE coming in, showing exactly that. Doesn't even need the swing from their partner. Noble now hiding in the smoke. Hunts down another. Good for a third of the round. Massive impact plays for Noble. I love the entry on the site there from TNE, even though he does go down. That's what you want to see out of TAMU. And yes, it might not be the craziest retake track ever, but it is the way that I think that TAMU will take away a lot of their rounds.
It's a super bold swing from Teeny there, right? But he kind of has to go for it, because if he doesn't, then Noble dies on the site, OC flood in. There weren't great retake tools available if Noble was dead for TAMU, right? I mean, you could have stepped back, potentially played off a Rolling Thunder, but it's so much more reliable. Great swing from Teeny to set that up. Entry, that's bold,
wow.
Dude. You're dashing into the stun. You just had to read on Noble, I guess. Whoa! Oh, now he knows. Now he knows. No last dash away.
A trade of breaches, though, I think is the slightest bit better for TAMU on defense. Losing those flashes to try and push your way in is a massive tool gone from the pockets of OC, who now kind of have to just go in. Not blind, but certainly without the help of the supports. They do struggle for it as well. Dill fighting two. Noble. One. Killjoy versus Killjoy. That's what we were talking about earlier. Big advantage, though. This defending Killjoy. Peeks at the wrong time. Position's now giving up Glyph as well. Position known. Shown. Oh, one shot, and Glyph makes it look surgical. A delectable headshot to cleanly lop off Dills.
Again, OC's timings right now are elite. The way that he toggles which area he's holding his crosshair on that default box, right, is perfectly in line with the typical swings based off the timing, right? You hold close corner right after the turret, and then you look to the long corner. There's no swing from long, so he goes back to the close corner because he expects a delayed swing from Dill. Reads it perfectly, gets the headshot. Nice stuff from Glyph. OC already up to 5 and 10.
Another aggressive play from Noble, but you know what? I'm gonna stop doubting it, because it was one of those things before where we used to doubt TAMU. We're like, you can't do this every round. They're gonna figure it out eventually. But like, never came to fruition.
Right?
Exactly.
Oh,
okay.
And nobody expects KHS to start into A long when Noble's getting aggressive down C long. He just hides there. OC completely unprepared to do that. And Instinct gets caught off a timing, trying to go for like a solo queue sort of from the shadows into the enemy spawn.
That's one of those TAMU only plays. You know, everyone else is like, oh yeah, our entries, and they'll play aggressive, but KHS will also push up onto a crazy person angle and just gets away with it. OC now. Bit of a rough position. They need to reconnect, but where?
One enemy
Kind of walking
remaining.
down that rotate on the map. Noble picks off another with the drive beam. Shot up by Eli. You don't even have to peek this if you're Noble. And I think if I'm Noble, I'm not peeking it, but Noble might, because he's Noble. No fear. No fear.
Don't you dare assume what Noble will and won't do. No, right. All right. Oh, man. Yeah, Noble goes for that. I mean, even if he loses that, right, it's still
fine,
3v1.
yeah.
He's still Rolling Thunder and Fault Line. There's no way he's going to lay it down in that situation. But now OC, for the first time, they're struggling economically, right? Sure, they had, like, a significant lead, but none of those rounds were, like, comfortable, right? They were living with 2, at most 3 players alive. So after just 1 loss, they quickly find themselves.
And Tamu are experts at just dealing damage sometimes.
And look at this read from Tamu. They've got their Killjoy utilities step up. They're not
They're looking for that exact same play that happened last time as well, but it's not the same play from OC, notably. It's a much quicker plan. I love this from KHS. Just putting their life on the line in moments like that, understanding that all the obfuscation that OC put down to stop the sightlines from being viable also can work for him.
Yeah, that was maybe a bit ambitious from Dill, but Tiny ends it up. Finding 30 for Tamu. I really... That KHS swing is so cool, because not only is it like a great timing from KHS, but it's a delayed nano swarm from Dill, right? A lot of players, when you hear the B plant go down and you have your nano swarm, you pop it instantly. Well, if he does that, Entry gets off
player
the site
standing.
plant. But because he waits, Entry's far enough into the plant where he feels like he has to commit. So he's committing, getting bullied by the nano swarm, dying. And then the KHS wing comes in to confirm the kill to make sure he doesn't dash away and the spike gets dropped in a place where OC are never going to recover.
Yeah. Again, these are TAMU rounds. They have, again, I want to give them the most credit where it's due, because this is a team that does have a little bit of slottiness built into them. Like we said, you got players playing all roles that feel comfortable on pretty much anything. And so KHS pushing up has been a massive boon for them, right? KHS's aggression as a solo player, you already see that, and it's throwing OC off. Same thing goes for Noble, and then on top of that, like I said, whoever's been shot calling for this team right now is doing a, frankly, incredible job.
Noble.
It has been 100%. There have been 9 rounds played. I think TAMU have outstratted OC, probably 7 of them.
7? I'll give him 5. I'll give him 5 of them.
You give him...
I'll give him 5.
I don't know, man. I think TAMU's had great
they've
setup
been
for a
doing
lot
good.
of this.
Ooh, hold on.
It,
Timing here is super important. If Thing gets baited into a paranoia, OC are just going to rotate off.
Right there.
Not committed to C yet. Instead, he smokes it. Good. Ooh, and then checks it with the From the Shadows. Bing, keep in mind, not necessarily the first choice for TAMU in the smokes role. Damn is actually normally their smokes player.
Yeah.
So Bing filling in on that role for TAMU, phenomenal little moment from him. Gives such an information advance. Like 4 players here from
oh
TAMU.
boy. How you do? Entry's gone as well. You have to go in on the breach utilities. They're gonna have nothing. OC are out of juice. That was a big spend. Oh, but they get through the smoke. Come on. Come on. That's
30 seconds
fraudulent.
left.
Do they have the time?
Bounce his credit card.
Noble's watching A with an operator, so if they try to go A, it's not going to work. A nano swarm is set up B. TAMU are omnipresent on the map.
I'm telling you, bro.
You might be cooking, dude. They might
are
be
so good.
One enemy remaining.
Like, they have just had to read this whole game. Like, at best, OC are getting, like, neutral rounds on rollout.
OC have been completely unprepared. I mean, most of the rounds OC won were kind of off a snowball from their
Snowballs,
pistol,
late round
right?
calls, or better trades. Or,
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. TAMU, a phenomenal defense. We didn't expect this from TAMU either, right? Like, this isn't a bad map for TAMU by any stretch of the imagination. It's not outlandish that they win here, but
They're not equal.
OC...
TAMU
Had
are
a
often
really
known
good
for their
attack win
defensive
rate.
calls, you know?
Yeah, exactly. These defense calls are crazy.
Let's see how it goes. Now an aggressive Hunter's Fury, and it takes out Saint!
That's brutal.
Well timed by KHS, and again, as much as he highlights the surprising dragging potential of this solo player, The Silva mechanics are not to be slept on. Another swing from Dill. First time it's been unsuccessful. This is almost definitely a kill. No, entry just gets out.
Yeah, Dill gets like crazy swings out into
down.
like wide swings to 3 players, and then can't kill the flash player with a pistol.
One enemy remaining.
The essence of TAMU cannot be bottled, Paul.
Tammy
I'll
are
tell
just
you that.
swarming in here too. Like Instinct 57. Good luck, bro. It's not gonna happen.
All right, though.
It's even aware.
Not
of
really
it.
around there meant to
Aware.
take. It was pistols for OC. They've got more cash in their pocket now.
Last round in the half.
They are certainly, I think, hoodwinked, a little stumped at this defense that started out so well for them. I mean, you take a look at the way the rounds were earned. It was round after round for OC. To see TAMU swing back in this manner, I think a lot of teams you would chalk it up to economy, but that hasn't just been it for TAMU. It has not just been economic control that they've made.
And what a late timeout here, presumably from OC. Yeah, there it is. 1 round left. You go for your timeout. I mean, I guess, right? You still have another one this like map, so save it for your defense, I suppose. Try and get an even half going into.
I'll take it. I think we often see teams wait too long. Like this is.
Yeah.
Sometimes we just see teams have this happen and not cut it off before it gets bad.
Yeah.
Right.
This isn't the worst. It's just I would have liked this 2 rounds ago. You know.
Yeah. I mean, this happened in grand finals during winter.
You're
OC
not
just
wrong.
refused the
OC
timeout.
Not really a team that takes timeouts very often. So actually, even the fact that they're taking it now is
It's a
something.
bit of a surprise. Again, this is. I think if I'm OC coming into today, I need to be expecting and holding myself to the standard of a 3-0.
Yeah.
And that has not been the case. The fact that this has been swung how it has and in the manner that it has by TAMU, OC are right to be resetting themselves. They set up outside C now. A lot of pressure onto Instinct.
Rather just a traditional execute, it seems. I mean, this hasn't gone well from them. Again, Dylan read it.
2 players set up here. They get the killjoy, but a lot of those nanostorms have already been used. Instinct's able to get up top as well, though. An aggressive teleport. I love that play by OC, following up the jet with an omen.
Yeah,
Expect
you don't expect 2 on top of top, right? You see entry or instinct.
Spike
in most
planted.
rounds, taking that top box control, trying to. No rolling thunder either. Teeny seemingly already used it this round. This owl drone, sure it spots 2, but it doesn't get a tag. Only 1 flash available and a fault line coming up in 2 seconds. Very hard retake for TAMU.
Well, the nice part is that they can full commit. There's no fear about losing the operator, nothing like that. In the final round, they can full commit. The operator just like 1 shot as well. You know how that can go. A trade initially, not great. Rolling thunder out,
player
aggressive peek. The
standing.
smoke's there, but not in time. Noble falls. Just KHS versus 3. It's not happening, Paul. We got an even half.
I like this adjustment at the very end from OC. I think that timeout was them just saying, guys, we need to stop overthinking. You know, I think they were overthinking
sides.
themselves quite a bit. They had like to be
fair,
one
if they
failed
didn't have that-
execute on C and
Didn't
one
have that
failed
instinct
execute
teleport
on
on top
A.
of the box. Does that
Yeah.
round work as well? Like it took a pretty shifty play to make it happen.
It was tricky, right? But it is clearly something that they've rehearsed, right? Instinct's probably done that in their scrims or what have you. So at least the adjustment to go, guys, let's stop like ping-ponging around the map. Let's stop going to B. Let's just go for like a solid hit in which we have good, you know, entry trades onto Dill, right? So you're not worried about like further utility. You're not worried about those crazy Dill swings that he got twice on the C site, right? I think that's actually why Instinct goes up there, is because both Dill and Bang were so likely to swing out from behind that default plant box. Now we go to OC's defense. Let me see how they can do.
There it is. Down the lane. It's looking
Spike down
pretty even
A.
with the defensive position still held starkly by OC. And he's got no way in. They do have Spike in the bloodbath down. I actually think this is better for TAMU. Positionally, it looked like OC being able to hold that space was nice, but now they just lack information.
The only benefit for OC here is that Glyph has somewhat read this and repositioned. So now is in range of the turret, which is going to spot them on C, and there is a nanoswarm set up to partially deny the damage, right? Is definitely a winnable round for OC, especially since that nanoswarm
One enemy
in,
remaining.
Glyph.
Last player
Only
standing.
good for the one.
Oh, wow.
Okay, guys. That was a very labored fight, even for a pistol.
I think it was the armor was there armor on Instinct that had to have been it, right? That was a
Instinct
lot
had
of
to
share
have-
shots.
He, yeah, he only had a classic. Noble didn't have any armor.
Noble almost seemed caught off by the fact that he didn't die. Like, you ever get jump scared by army? Like you hit 2 sheriff shots and you're like, that guy's supposed to be dead, and they just like don't.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened.
Another pistol for OC. Actually, OC have picked up a lot of pistols this season. Really, like you remember in the finals when they hardly won any pistols against UST. They've picked up coming into this weekend. They've picked up 78% of their pistol rounds.
It's brutally high. See if they can use that advantage. They've got weapons. They've got to push in. They're trying to do it with individual play. I don't know what Bing was trying to get done.
Yeah, it's hard to play defaults on the second round of the half when you've lost pistol, right? On the
I mean, but to do
on
it with
the
your
eco,
smoke.
right? Yeah, you
I mean,
don't have to
now
do
they're
smoke
really in a
against-
pickle, you know?
Yeah. And, I mean, Eli spots them coming from miles away, so the rotate's going to come in from entry. Full armor on entry, even though it's just a sheriff. Which is actually kind of good, because entry theoretically can just sort of run into TAMU, create a lot of chaos, die, and it's not a weapon upgrade.
Revealing area.
Very late push for TAMU. Into the A side bit. I mean, it's completely prepped for. Maybe they try and push back across and catch somebody on the flank, but OC haven't shown that, and knowing OC like we do, they're not a team to try and push
30
for crazy
seconds
stuff.
TAMU think they have pushed for something crazy out mid. They're gonna go check it. When they find nothing, they're like, well, I guess we gotta go back to
Spike
A.
down
They
A.
left Tiny alone with the spike.
This could be one.
enemy remaining.
No, not to be had. Weapons too strong. Noble's made it to sight.
10 seconds left.
That looks like it always did. Maybe one for the montage now. Nothing to take home. OC, first 2 rounds, pretty clean. TAMU, though, this is when they start firing back.
Yeah, exactly. This is what we saw in the first half. So. Certainly not a lost game for TAMU. I mean, it was 6-8. It's only 6-8 right now. We still have a pretty long map ahead of us, even if TAMU don't win a single round from here on out, which I think they will. Interested to see where TAMU's focus lies now that they do have rifles. No surprise that they want to take A control. This is something that TAMU has done since like the beginning of TAMU, right? They love their A long and sewer control. It's a little bit old, but it's still very reliable because those are important regions of the map.
They have to contest entry, which is...
Interesting they use the Nano Swarm to keep him out of the opposition. Okay, Tiny is set up on that angle. I thought he was a little
Yeah.
late to it, but he gets there.
Good read. I think they're just waiting for that OC aggression. A very patient TAMU we've gotten today. Which is saying something considering their defensive half, but that's patient for TAMU.
Take flight.
in TAMU terms, might as well be made of
The
stone.
goalposts shift a little bit. You're talking about TAMU. They're also set up quite well. There are 2 people to defend this, but they're not going to be able to disengage. They're so caught up here in tunnels that getting out is just not really an option for them. They've got to fight their way through. Eli, though, is up to the task. Gets one. Saint one as well. They've done their work. They've done their trades. Even if TAMU gets this site and get the spike down, it's going to be a difficult one.
Smoke, no way you see that
Spike
coming.
down
That
A.
smoke in the middle of the site is
One
so
enemy
good for
remaining.
instinct. It just becomes a mess to try and clear this.
One
out. There's
enemy
no way
remaining.
you can safely plant,
Have
although
the spike.
suddenly we're in a 1v1. Spike in hand. Saw the fight. I don't want to fight the up. I'm not re-swinging that. Get out down.
This has been a really interesting round, though. I mean, you got to give hats off to Saint and Eli. Because they pulled that one out of the mud. But it has only netted them a 1v1 opportunity. And Saint still got it in one more time. Isn't able to in the face of KHS. 4 kills for the solo.
Performance under duress.
AHS. We talked about it, man. Top fragger for TAMU. All season of CVAL. The dude is putting up numbers. 15-11 on the Sova. And those are the impact frags that we were looking for, right? You know, there's always jokes about Sovas when they top frag. Oh, they're just gonna, you know, they're just baiting their teammates. Not KHS, dude. Not KHS. Although, I mean, I guess technically he is just re-swinging off all their deaths in that mess on A. But he gets important kills, and that's what really matters. He gets the trades when they're necessary.
Every kill is important when you get a lot of them. There are singular impact frags and there are impact multi-frags, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Collectively, they may add up. That seems to be the case for KHS right now. Now, OC, though. 0 on cash. If they lose this, they're not going to be able to rebuy. utilize their tools effectively. They do have a Hunter's Fury to the end here, but not too much information on how to use it. Again, I really want to push up aggressively. They've been punished every time by TAMU. Instinct, though, does so regardless. 3 players stares down a barrel who are probably going to die, but takes 2 with them. That's impressive stuff, but the rotate's got to be pretty quick here. Eli comes in, decides better. I like this play a lot.
There's that stat we were talking about at the top of the show, Dor. Instinct does a lot of first kills for a smokes player. They can die on occasion. Oh, entry. He's fucked in this corner. Surely they'll spam him. Okay, Dill still gets the kill.
How do you retake without smokes?
I mean, luckily you have a player advantage. You have one flash. Still waiting on the cooldown. Actually, the recon dart is just
Spike planted.
there.
One enemy
Okay.
remaining.
Thankfully, it's just KHS standing. Turn the flash. Spots one, but he has no idea that Glyph's coming up behind him. A salvage round for OC. Oh man, this is the back and forth we were hoping for, Dor.
This series is already delivered. I think OC is certainly uncomfortable, but TAMU are still flying. This is their kind of game, oddly enough.
It's funny considering they're 2 rounds down right now.
TAMU will take any game that's close. As long as it's within 2 in either direction, they're kind of happy to be playing.
That's true. And on the flip side of things, the only 2 overtime maps we've seen on stream from OC, they lost. Admittedly, that was to UST, but, you know, now a TAMU timeout. What I'd like to see from TAMU coming out of this timeout is a little bit more cleanliness on the first engagements, right? Even in that round where KHS clutched up, KHS had to clutch up because Noble dashes in, isn't expecting like the positioning of the players, gets traded, and then it became like that mess on the site that KHS somehow navigated to get to B and clutch the round. But you saw in that round, right, like not expecting Instinct to play up so close. Even when they did, the re-swings are tricky. They're flying right into his crosshair. I want to see TAMU really clean up that very first fight of every round.
Yeah, the fights when they're not. Yeah, the fights when they're not on TAMU's terms. They don't seem to have the quickest reaction compared to when they're taking them. It seems like everybody's just able to immediately flow into it. That's what it comes down to. I mean, that's where we talk about Noble being less traded than entry in a lot of these situations. Is exactly that. There are stark differences between these teams, both stylistically and where their strengths lie.
No. It is an eco for TAMU.
Scanning ahead.
So many frenzies. They're going to swarm, dude. They're going to absolutely swarm here.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, yeah.
Spike down A.
I mean, so the strat there is that KHS gets left behind with a long-range weapon.
I have the
They're
spike.
hoping to trade out for an early gun and then, like, recover that into a playable 2v3 or 3v4. Unfortunately, entry just cleaves through him, and then Eli cleaves through him harder.
KHS's timing here is actually kind of sick nasty.
It's not unwinnable.
This is a pretty good timing that KHS has found, and then on top of that,
still working with the right.
okay,
know.
Saint just turns, but he's only got to take on one. Unfortunately, weapon advantage is just too much to handle. If they took one more weapon away, it actually would not have been insignificant economic damage to OC.
It's a viable strat for an eco round, right? And even those like 2 kills plus break armor, right? OC's economy is not uncheckable. It'll take a couple, like probably 2 wins in a row here from TAMU to like fully break it. But if TAMU managed to do that, which they have a rolling thunder for, right? They could tie up our series within the next 3 rounds in theory. Light armor makes it a little bit more tricky, but a lot of teams are also running like just full light armor rifle rounds right now. So it's the first fight. First fight. Okay, Noble at least survives this time. And entry runs out of Blade Storm. He dumped all his knives into that one engagement.
I think they recognize that weakness. So if I'm TAMU, I'm actually pulling back. I want to play default. I want to make them real uncomfy, knowing that that jet is now a liability on one side of the map. Force them to spread out a little bit more, and they are. Look at this. The slight rotation from Saint towards the center of B is a decent tell. They do pull away from it, though. A slight gamble. IOC, they smell this B push coming. They've got a counter ult. Saint throws it in. This is the engagement.
Not gonna gonna go well. Tamu used the rolling thunder too early, and now OC.
Spike
Yeah,
down.
easily takes back onto that side. KHS! The dude's crazy. Bro, get him in the fights more, man. I don't want to see him ages away from the rest of his team.
Oh,
He
wow!
still gets one, man.
No way!
Engagement results. Above average.
There's no way! You're not allowed to do that!
You have
That
no
was
right.
the hardest 50-50 angle I've seen in my entire life!
Tamu deserved to lose that round. I'm just saying. Like, they had an
I agree.
owl drone.
I
They could
agree.
have cleared B. They didn't have to use the rolling thunder blind. They were super late to the B rotate.
I think...
KHS gave them a round they had
Jeez.
absolutely no right to.
No offense here. I think OC also deserved to lose that round for not
Yeah, I mean,
killing
if you lose the
KHS.
50-50, right? Like, come on.
Oh, that was... There was... I think a good play is both great mechanics and opportunity, you know? Both were seen in that
To
moment.
be the best, you have to be good and you have to be lucky.
I like this entry from Noble. Interesting angle. Makes it 2 for 2 and takes down the Killjoy. A big opener for TMU.
KHS has another 100.
Spike
Okay,
planted.
there we go, yeah. Using it out in the middle of the long, I'm gonna go to the well.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and Tiny can't quite
almost
step
got
away
away.
from the shock dart.
One
Third
enemy
here,
remaining.
managed to win one. Is aware of entry behind him too. This is still winnable. But still, I think he's a little bit too eager to take that fight at the very end. Could have played for the time on the spike. Could have at least made entry sweat more. Instead, tried to get a bit cheeky with it and pays the price. OC 11 now.
It would have been tough at that HP anyways, but nevertheless,
Yeah, true.
OC up to 11. Close to that match point. It has been not as easy as I think they thought it would be. For sure. This has been a very real game between two people that are competing at the very least on the same level. Like TAMU strategically has been dead on. KHS has been fragging for them massively. Noble with their openers on the defensive side has been great. The threats they need to show up are showing up. The rest of the players supporting them well.
This attacking side has just been the KHS show, though. Like, KHS
Yeah.
is the only reason that TAMU are even looking somewhat competitive on their attack. And again, we're doing this, like, 4 pistol with just the Guardian on KHS buy, which is fine if KHS can get some frags. But the last time we saw this, he just went to clean up at the end of the round, and it was like a 1v3, and even if he gets 2 there, it just doesn't matter, right?
That shakes out for them. Rotate over towards the A side. OC haven't quite sniffed it out. They do get a push down. Great skill to get with the pistol, and they get both! Still double dips for a nice 2-piece. Now they know it's on the other side of the map. Glyph shuts it down, knows the entire rest of the cavalry have arrived. Takes one down with the Nano Swarm as well. A massive hold from the Killjoy. Make sure that the round stays within range, but Noble's not done.
Nice tag. That Hunter's Fury. Oh, it could have been huge. Oh, he still gets Tiny blind. Spike's stuck on site. Noble doesn't have dash. There's no way for him to get out of this. So Dill
You should
has
run.
to come support. He only picked up a Guardian for an upgrade. He can get either of the rifles earlier.
One enemy remaining.
Get 1 and 2.
down.
What is this clutch? What is this clutches?
Still goes coast to coast 2Ks. That's insane. Man's got the round trip ticket from C-Long all the way to getting another 2 on A. In all headshots. Two Guardian kills, 2 for the Sheriff. Like, those are not easy. Those are not free.
OC's broke now. OC's broke. They just lost to the Thrifty.
Tamu's got to be the weirdest team to play up against. Especially now,
This
like
is
that.
what
Collegiate
this is
Valorant
what
is-
Jakey was talking about, man. When we interviewed him last time, he was like, "It's hard to IGL against these like homegrown collegiate teams, dude. They're just so weird."
Oh my god! Everyone's blind!
What is this match? What is
Dude.
this?
Say's got some cojones on him stepping up like that. Like, you don't know if you've hit that many people with that ability, you know? Nevertheless, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. 2v2. Weapon advantage. Just barely in favor of TAMU. Cliff has a nice flank, though. TAMU have to watch both.
Last player
It's
standing.
difficult. Teeny's watching it, though. Are they ready for the second player? That is also coming up behind them.
They have no idea.
KHS. Oh, no. KHS is super dead. KHS is super dead, right?
One enemy
Super
remaining.
dead. KHS swings it. Oh, he's not expecting him
good
from that
for it,
side. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
That would...
is that technically the 5th clutch from KHS this map?
I don't even know. TAMU, at least half their rounds are 1v1s, 1v2s at the end. They don't win them cleanly, but by God, Paul, they win them.
A win's a win. A win is a win. I don't care what you say. A win is a win. And if TAMU win this, right, this round,
Oh my God, the
break
series is
OC
on its
again.
head.
Who knows what's going to happen this series?
Keep up.
This was OC's map pick. Their first map pick. The map OC said, yes, this is the map that we know we can win. This is a map they 13-5 USP on.
Take flight.
That counted. That takes down Eli. Still fairly caught up for TAMU.
Off your feet!
Absconding. Another great read. They played so well into these the Rolling Thunders. OC have disengaged every last one of them. I don't think a player's been hit by them this half.
And now the lockdown really early.
Clearing out.
TAMU, they'll get the spike plant. That doesn't break it anymore. Do they have the shot lineup to go with it? Nope. Oh, wait, yep. It was just a little late. Shock dart comes in from KHS eventually, breaks the lockdown. And now OC, they're going to be clamoring for this retake. They'll probably have to use the Rolling Thunder. There it is.
Nobody gets caught by it. Nobody gets caught by it. Bing's able to trade out. Everyone else is back on the ground. 2 feet planted. Gravity keeping them there. And by God, they're grounded. Tying up the score for TAMU. A very impressive round. They may not have hit their initial Rolling Thunder, but their counterplay into the 2 defensive ultimates for the retake from OC was just phenomenal.
Yeah, it was like TAMU heard you, Dor. They were like, oh, they're sidestepping our Rolling Thunders? Guys, we should sidestep their Rolling Thunder. That's a great idea.
I love the late shock dart on the lockdown as well.
Yeah, on the lockdown.
That felt very intentional. It felt like they were trying to just buy as much time as they
It's
could.
something I think we've seen. I think we saw in VCT Americas during like Super Week this past week. A lot of teams are doing that now. Just add to make sure the 200 health Killjoy lockdown is breakable.
Well, not just breakable, but taking it late takes time off of the post play, right? It's always better for that attacking side. Same goes for Bing finding a pick on Glyph. TAMU going up to 12 first here would be
It should be, right?
Spike
diabolical.
Standing ahead.
I mean,
They're going into
against
pistols. There's nothing.
Really, you know, yeah, no. I mean, the Blade Storm is out. And you could get a couple, but
One
even
enemy
then,
remaining.
traded. One there. TAMU, the first team to hit match point on our map number
point.
1. Do we for back-to-back series with OC Esports in them, do we go to overtime on map 1?
Well, I guess they have the hope for OT, but I think that's the last thing that they want, considering their history of OTs.
Swamp grenade.
Again, I think
That's true.
that's one of the things. That's one of the weird pressures that's put on you when you are a team that is drafted to be one of, if not the best. Right?
Especially
Is that when
considering
you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Keep going.
Yeah.
Last player
Pushing
standing.
this. Ill-advised, it seems. Oh, and again, the lurk. Again, the lurk too long.
I don't hate Noble's odds here. These are both super isolatable. Noble can and will swing these aggressively. He's got a lot of time. Long takes too long to push down. He knows just when he works with us, Blade Storm. Knows he's just got to connect 1 or 2. Oh! Oh my God! Eli enters the Matrix, ducks under all of them.
My ult is ready.
The read there too from Eli that it wasn't going to be an updraft up over the default box, right? When that Blade Storm gets popped,
Switching sides.
you have to consider so
time.
many different angles
If you're
on
not
where
a
you
good
can
shot
get
today,
engaged from.
don't
But a
worry.
beautiful read. Eli gets to the flick in time. And we do indeed have OT on map
here.
1 of our lower
Right here.
bracket finals. Couldn't ask for anything better than this, Thor.
Such a. Alright. I will say, I have seen OC lose a couple of OTs, but TAMU are not the bastion of consistency. So if they begin to falter, it may spell bad news. But if they can keep up the momentum that they have, I do think this is a good spot to be in. Full buys either side. Operator in the hands of Noble on defense. I love this look earlier, and it's already going aggressively into tunnels.
A lot of A info here early on for TAMU. They get that recon dart to set Noble up. It is an attempt at a smoke, but no one's on the other side of that smoke in A lobby. So, yeah, Noble knows. Noble knows no one's pushing that. No extra utility, and this owl drone will be heard. So TAMU
gonna
again,
rotate all.
defense. On their defense first half, they were phenoms when it came to reading OC's plans and adjusting for them. Already TAMU showing signs of that again.
They haven't skipped a beat since their first half. 12 rounds later. And they're showing the exact same, like you said, signs of strategic greatness, to say the least. 3 players on C right now. The longer it goes, though, and with this push up from Bing, the more they're going to start thinking about B. You see the Killjoy rotating in there. The timing's, again, great.
Wait.
This drone alone, even if it doesn't spot anybody... No, the drone's still buying time for the Killjoy to get there. I actually think this is still fine for Tamu, as long as they don't get
They
baited.
haven't rotated off. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
Tamu's
this is
still
good.
good here, and the Nano Swarm will stop the plant once again. Here with the shot dart. Entry's going deep this time, fighting Dill off the fun, but gets traded out himself.
30 seconds left.
The trade's better for the defensive side, though, on B,
Last
especially with
player
30
standing.
seconds left. Oh, it's just Noble now. The kills stop being traded at some point. This operator unable to move into such close quarters.
Really great lurk from Instinct 2 down C long, right? When it's a B take,
You
you're
should run.
mostly worried about Garage. And you're mostly worried about B as a defender. So Instinct catches them. Thinking about Garage at the very least.
Switching
and OC
sides.
start off
Match point.
with a win. Can they
Time
keep
to
it
take
going,
these
though?
arms
That
for a
was the
spin.
half we were more worried about for OC, right?
Absolutely.
So OC 100% in the driver's seat.
Which, well, isn't like the scoreline was the same both halves. I will say Tamu looked far more in control on defense,
Yeah.
but their attacking
that's
side
mostly
still
what
have
I refer to.
that Tamu explosiveness, and
That's true.
I mean, hell, KHS starts working a little magic. Who knows what's gonna happen?
That's the thing, right? You get rid of KHS before the spike gets planted, and OC, you're feeling fine. The trick is doing that when he's playing so far back. Nice shot dart, too. Fantastic. It should just be a disengage from Garage, right? Tamu are just trying to pull rotates right now.
A lot.
I have one.
Are
The
they ready
question
for what
is
they're
how do
gonna-
you make use of this now that you've pulled all these rotates? Because Instinct's read into it. Again, he's pushed C-Long. C-Long is his territory to attack or defense. He owns it. And it gives OC the read that, damn, you aren't going for this just yet.
They've got to be this duel down. Oh, so much instinct. Oh, just not looking the right way. Noble sniffs it out. Oh, now Glyph in a corner. Bit of a rough position. Gets both of them!
Spike down. C.
Ah, the reactions again when they're not taking the fights on their terms. It's been so rough. Tamu, though, do look to take a few. 2 versus 3, and it's a must-win situation now for KHS and Noble. The 2 players I would put my money on if I needed this.
KHS is going to fight the lockdown, but Noble's instead trying to stab him spawn. Spots entry, but can't
remaining.
quite get him. And KHS can't get the
30
lockdown
seconds
either.
left.
He has to retreat to backside C and play for a 1v3. But I mean, come on, man. You any other player, any other round, any other map, and I would say this is done. Uses the spike to bait him. There's him coming. First fight's hard though, and Glyph
Defenders
jiggles it
win.
perfectly. Good try from KHS, but the clutch gene only goes so far. It was difficult, but OC pick up their map number 1.
It's a shame that defensive round in OT as well. It felt like that should have probably gone Tamu's way. Like, they rolled out right, they did everything correctly, but the trades, again, are really what bite them in the butt over there on B. When things got really messy, they just ran out of bodies. Not enough people in positions ready to trade those kills out to go after one another, to cascade in on the site, especially with the operator coming into play. And it just barely fell apart. But again, barely is the key word here. We were expecting a series not starkly in favor of OC, but definitely favoring them. And this
It was like 60-40, right? That was 50-50.
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
It was in the way
KHS,
it went
what a
50-50 too. Like, you
monster.
just don't expect Tamu to roll out on defense and have such a dominating defensive presence like that. And yet, lo and behold, look where we were.
Admittedly, statistically leading into this, right? Like the 8 times Tamu have played Haven, they're like statistically their defense has been better than their attack by like almost a full 20%. But like, it's so good to see a team like Tamu, again, one of these homegrown collegiate teams, managed to go toe-to-toe with OC Esports. OC Esports walking away with it. We're talking a lot of Tamu here, Dora, but we have to give it to OC. Not thrown off by the clutches, not thrown off by those defensive adaptations, and with a lot of great rounds of their own. As you especially mentioned, we talk about the Rolling Thunders. Tiny wasn't able to get squat. That should be a round-winning ultimate most of the time, and OC were tiptoeing around them with ease.
Yeah, OC manipulated the map at the end particularly well, and that's something that is definitely worth highlighting. The B pushes, I think, were starkly in their favor time and time again. Now heading into Ascent, I think I begin to worry a little bit. I think Haven highlighted TAMU's strengths a lot. It's a fantastic map for you to pull out those calls. It's an IGL's paradise. We talk about it time and time again. KHS did a great job of clutching, but when we move over to Ascent, yes, there are strats, but it's much more based on how you're able to perform in the 2v2, right? In the scraps, in the smaller skirmishes, and I think that has firmly been in favor of OC, who are hyper coordinated in their small battles.
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, you know, the problem with clutch, right? Even though KHS gets an insane amount of clutches, the problem with clutch is you'd rather just be winning rounds comfortably. And when OC were winning rounds, it was far more comfortable than TAMU were, because they are a team. Like I said, you know, I talked to Entry earlier this week. Entry was saying, hey, we've restructured our thought processes on rotations, on playing together, on how we move off information, and you can see that OC are ready to support one another. They're ready to take fights, to trade each other out. We saw it even in just the last fight of the map, right? Where all three players from OC Esports were right there and ready to go. That clutches number can't be right for TAMU. That can't be right. I wonder if it's like 1v X. I don't know how
what we're
how
counting as
the
clutches
thing gets
is
calculated. Yeah, exactly.
Different. Because, I mean, I think of the 12, probably 6 of them.
That's
at the
less
very least.
clutches than just KHS had. Much less the rest of TAMU. An insane map. Insane. Oh, also worth noting, like, the post plant's super cool stat right there, too, right? You see, like, when OC are getting into post plant scenarios on their attacking side, they won them all, right? There was not a single retake TAMU were able to pull off. It wasn't easy for OC to take retakes, right? But I'm gonna keep an eye on that stat. Gonna keep an eye on the plants and post plants as we go on to our map number 2. Map 2 will be coming at you folks after a quick break, folks. We already got 1 OT this series. I'm hoping for 4 more. We'll see you in just a sec.
And welcome back, everybody. Map number 2, and this one is just heating up. I think this is such a fun series, Paul. Not just because TAMU is doing it how TAMU does it. Because TAMU, if there is, I think it's TAMU and UH Premier are probably like the 2 most entertaining teams in maybe all of CVAL. I don't think there's many contenders that can really beat them in terms of the way they win matches is insane. And they haven't won a match, but they have put up a hell of a fight against OC, who look quite good, but I think still a dangerous match, one that they didn't expect. I think they drafted this map pool specifically as well to kind of favor them if they were consistent, if they're able to put up strong enough numbers where the wins are strong and convincing, to say the least. And that last map wasn't exactly that, so now I get nervous the further on we go, because should TAMU take any one of these maps, the ones later on in the series, maps 4 and 5, become 10 times more dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is what you're really worried about. OC really want to wrap this up in 3, right? Because they don't really play Icebox, and TAMU actually likes to play Icebox when they can. As we move into Ascent, though, there are 2 players I want to keep our eyes on. Obviously, one of them is going to be KH. This is, of course, a look at the map pool, right? So we've got Ascent here, and then Pearl. Those are the 3. Our first 3 are the maps that we expect both teams to be pretty comfortable on. So Haven, again, didn't expect overtime on our map number 1. Did expect OC to win it maybe a little bit more confidently, but TAMU showing up there is not terribly surprising. And TAMU showing up in the next 3 maps actually won't be surprising. So OC are the ones who have to really show us something special.
Yeah.
As we go on to Ascent, the OC player that I'm really keeping my eye on is Glyph. Not only did he top frag on map number 1, but his role becomes so pivotal on Ascent, because unlike most teams, not just in Collegiate, but in all of Valorant, Glyph runs the Cypher almost exclusively on Ascent, which doesn't provide the same sort of like point blank, easy, all I have to do is press my buttons value. You know what I mean? Like, that's oversimplifying Killjoy a lot. But I find that the value from Cypher is much more difficult. Like, the skill floor is so much higher. Like, getting a usable amount of value out of Cypher is so much more difficult. So Glyph has to keep putting these performances up.
It does make you wonder, though, is it something that's going to push on the pressure points of TAMU or play into what are already their strengths, right? When we think about when they've looked good, it's when they're taking fights on their terms. Playing around a Cypher can be tricky in one of 2 ways. Number one that I think might go in the way of TAMU is that Cypher's going to be pretty isolated. They can take that fight on their terms, know that the player's there, and throw bodies at the problem, not have to worry too much about it. On the other hand, Cypher util and a good Cypher can be a real problem and take advantage of the fact that TAMU has had real problems trading out their players efficiently.
Especially Noble, right? We highlighted at the top of the show that Noble, while he does a really good job at like the first kills, securing first kills for his team, he also dies a lot first in rounds, right? So going into a Cypher, if you're not clearing those trap wires, if you're not careful where you're going, that Cypher is going to take advantage of a player like Noble who wants to play forward aggressively, like we've talked about TAMU, stylistically that they lean into.
Just have to see map number 2. Like we said, an important one, critical. You said it was the fulcrum of the series for a lot of this, the crux, and I think that's absolutely the case, right? Yeah. If this is a map that TAMU can take, all of a sudden it's a different story, because we saw those mid-round calls come out on Haven. It was what was most critical for them.
Yeah.
The skirmishes, though, have not been. I kind of am looking at OC, and I don't know why. It's so weird that we have to talk this way. OC took the first map, but we have to sit here and we're still sitting here thinking like, what? Wait, like TAMU's like doing it. We're talking a lot about TAMU and like a lot about how OC has got to like make sure they're still able to do this. Yeah. But like that's really the nature of the series. And I'm sure OC are at least knocked off their throne, so to speak, in terms of their confidence heading into this.
To be frank, right? This is kind of a you and me thing too, as well. Because like again, when I talked to Entry this week, he was like, "Oh man, I hope we can beat TAMU." Like he didn't seem like it's not like, "Oh, we're gonna beat them." We're not worried about it. It's done. The game's already over. Call it, right? So it was like obviously confidence. All of these players are gonna be confident that they can win. But it wasn't like that sold. Personally, though, I was thinking that Haven would be like maybe like a 13-9, 13-10 if TAMU was looking good. I didn't expect overtime. So to see TAMU put up that performance, even though it wasn't necessarily consistent, especially on their attack, I think we only get
it was consistent enough.
Well, because of some insane clutches from KHS.
Yeah.
Even though it is off the back of those clutches, KHS has also just been fragging, right? So has he just been doing that the entire time? Like the end of the entire tournament, right? It's not like we expect KHS to get worse as the series goes on. So you still got to be worried about him. He's still a threat, especially as we go to to Ascent, right? You think of B-Site, Collegiate, Sovas, defensively. There's a lot of history there. It's hard to dismount Sovas from that site, especially, you know, Dill was playing really well on map 1 too, right? On the Killjoy. It's not going to be easy for OC Esports.
No, not at all. I do think that if they want to take a little bit of weight off of the shoulders of KHS, it would be appreciated. To say the least.
I'm sure
Noble in the
it
first
would
half
be.
was doing a lot of that. Noble was finding the entries, doing exactly what you expect your entry to do, finding big picks off the bat, especially with the operator. I love the operator play coming out from Noble today. It's been really good so far, but they need a little bit more of that consistently because the lulls where it wasn't there when it was just KHS instead of like not every player on your team has to be a star player, right? You just have to show up, do your job for a lot of the roles, but you do need one or two. And today, Tam, you need two. And it doesn't matter whether it was Dill fighting 4 across the map or whether it was Noble fighting openers with an operator. KHS needs that second person. And when they have that second person, they're winning rounds.
And the player I'd really like to see step up for map number 2 is Tiny, right? Not that he was necessarily playing like bad individually on the first map, but that Breach just wasn't getting any value. Now we go to Ascent. He's likely to pick up the KO here, right? Which, yep, ding, ding, ding. In fact, he does. So I'm excited to see Tiny's KO. I think he has a really good KO, and it's harder to deny the value of a really good KO.
Absolutely. I mean, we were born. We were there when the KO.
Bro, you're gonna bring up the Ryujin thing again? That was 2 years ago.
Always.
Let it go to it.
The goat. The goat. A path forger. Anyways.
It was right here on Ascent.
It was right here. Saint, Teeny. I'll bring those up. I think Teeny is especially good on this KO, though. You gotta look out.
Yeah. Damn you. Tamu the defense, folks. Note, not the overhead at the very top. Oop. KHS not starting. Well, starting off dead, I guess. That's not good for Tamu, historically. Just gold. Can Dill get anything?
Spike down.
One.
2?
No, Johnny gets it. That would have been
Enemy remaining.
a quick attempted retake, and so far it's not going the worst, but 2 players is too many for Tamu to contest with. OC, strike first.
Yeah, nice. I mean, nice little mid to B play there, right? He took like one player in B main, I think, to contain players. They force Dill to backside. They isolate KHS, who thought he could go for a little lurk through the middle of the map. So good stuff. That's another pistol round. That's 3 in a row now for OC in this series. Keeping track. We love to keep track of pistols here, especially since like you look at that last map, right? If OC hadn't won those 2 pistols, how would that map have gone? It wouldn't have even made it to overtime in theory.
OC has been consistently better on the olive as well, making sure that they secure their second point. Third round for Tamu. That's been good, but now we're just noticing patterns, right?
Yeah.
Still to hold up this defense on B is going to have a hard time. He's completely surrounded. I mean, it's a gamble stack again from him. You know I'm here for it, but it doesn't always hit.
Nice timing, too, from OC.
I must wait a moment.
They wait out the KO knife coming from the complete other side of the map. I mean, they didn't know it was coming from A, but they knew it would be around most KO. Like, KOs love to check either A main or B main on this map with their 0 point. They wait that out, then they go to the Owl Zone and set everything up in B main. And once that's through, I mean, it's so easy to turn this into a site play.
Usually clean up. We have seen them lose all the way down to 2 points.
Last player
So, and they have
standing.
felt that later. I think they can get done.
I thought he was going to hit that. I'm not going to lie. I thought KHS was going to blind hit Instinct in the head.
Yeah, really. Sometimes you can smell it coming. Sometimes it's not really there. OC up 2-0. Tamu looking to clamor back in a third. This time it's not going to be as easy as in past rounds, though. They didn't get much economic damage done there. I'm curious to see how the setup changes. Like we said, Ascent, much less flexible in terms of what you can run defensively and strategically on it. And so I think trying to take OC for a spin strategically is not as viable a win condition.
You know, it's interesting too because, you know, we talk about like the glyph lurk and we talk about Tamu aggression. I think this Cypher, in theory, does a really good job of shutting that defensive aggression down, right? You don't want to walk out into a trap wire. You don't want to walk out into a camera. And Glyph doesn't have to stick around one side of the map to make that all happen. It's not a killjoy. It's much more flexible than that. So Tamu, they have to be a little bit more cognizant of how they push these angles. Even now, into Cubby, they're a bit nervous. It gets flipped off. It's so important. At least Glyph trades for the one.
Over on the A side, we're going to rotate him from Dill. Very patient from Tamu. Noble gets one. Just over aggressive entry, looking to take the exact same angle. Gotta be real careful here, though. They don't have that spike down yet. And now all of Tamu is here. This is quite late. Noble's gonna pick up the third in the meantime. Tries to entry. There's no backup, though, again! No trade from Tamu.
Last player
Yeah,
standing.
Com's a little bit off there, but still 3 swarming out from heaven. So Tamu will be good for yet another round. That was dicey, right? Because Noble sees the timing and he wants to go. He knows that no one's looking at him. But the dash comes out and the rest of Tamu are worried about like a shock dart and owl drone that have pushed them back. They don't want to get spammed through like the floorboards to hell. But Tamu managed to lock it up. Really well done by them.
And a lot of credit to Noble. Noble re-swinging off the mid-peak, capitalizing, couple openers as well. A defensive hold, the rotate strong. But Jet was what really locked him up there. See another one through the smoke to put that spike down, make sure that it was slowed for the rotate from Dill. We talked about it, KHS just needs one other player to do it. Exactly what Noble brought to the table there.
And now we have a little bit of timeout here. Pay no attention to the UI. Players are not dying, I promise. We got a timeout instead. Really early timeout, too. Fascinating. OC, I mean, you know, we talked about their timeouts before when we saw them in the grand finals versus UST in winter. I think throughout that whole series, they only used 2 timeouts. So for presumably them to go for a timeout this early, they've identified something is wrong with the way they are playing, which I think is correct based on how Tamu were able to retake that previous round. There we go. UI all synced up.
I mean, you also did get... I don't know if I'm pulling the alarm bells yet. Like, Noble also just nobled you. Like, it happens.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of fragmentation from the OC attack there, right? Like, Glyph took really long fights out in mid, and no one was able to rotate to support him. Now you see it more of like this 3-2 setup, right? To where players like Glyph or Eli can take early engagements, but someone's waiting in the wings to make sure that things go well.
Feelers being sent out by OC. First down mid, so hear that smoke get pop. Now the jig is up. Jet's going to rotate back through, so Noble pulls back into a defensive position. But how quickly can they get there versus... How much can Tamu actually lock it up before OC actually opt not to pull back? They'll take the pressure that they got from that.
Knife. Is that knife kick Glyph?
Oh, this is what a great read. Noble pulls back into position on A in time. What about Bing? They don't know about Bing.
Bing sneaks in. 40 waiting there though, and Bing's not able to get out with the paranoia. I mean, at least he can hold on to A main control. But this is still really tricky retake. Nice work from KHS!
Spike planted.
Who blows away 2 and gives Tamu a chance. Oh, but KHS is revealed.
I know he doesn't get back.
Where you are.
Last player standing.
Pushes on in, but he's heard dropping. And now it's just still in a 1v2.
Location downloaded as well. This is tough. This is tough.
Nice.
Good timing. Well done. OC swinging the same. Up the 4. Again, though, you feel like Tammy's making the right rotations. Noble was in the right place.
That was
Bing
OC
with
playing crossfires really well.
Big push, yeah. OC, again, it's in the skirmishes, though, that they're taking these wins, whether it was on Haven or here. And my worry is that Ascent is a map that favors that strength more than the IGLing that we're getting. While it is incredible from Tamu.
I mean, it was a nice read to rotate here properly, right? But Tamu don't have the utility. They spent too much utility early round to get that information, right? So they don't have any ability to set up trading positions. And now, I mean, they're out of eco again. I'm going to call this a TAMU eco, because KHS just always buys the Guardian. Just always has all these eco rounds. And I mean, for good reason, I guess.
Nice double swing out of it. Still in a bit of trouble. A site down, spike going in. Again, it's an eco for TAMU, so damage is kind of the name of the game here. There's economic damage to be done. OC are far from secure in what they've got.
Denied. KHS trying to swing around back with a Hunter's Fury. Saint was waiting for it, dude. No command. Nope. Not allowed. No ecos for you this time, TAMU.
There's nothing to really... You could try and save 2 Guardians here if you really wanted to.
Eh.
Maybe you're just looking for exits. Yeah.
It's early enough to where, like, you look at OC, they don't have much money stacked up, right? So you get 2 exits here. You win the next round, and OC are starting to struggle.
Shadows traveling.
Is pretty good. KHS down though. That is the first of the hurdles they needed to get over. Isn't spotted by the camera either.
Last player
Things
standing.
on a crazy angle. Glyph with a flick. That was kind of nice.
Is Tiny really saving a... No, he's gonna walk into this fight. Yep. Yeah, okay. Good. I was gonna say, don't save the Guardian, Tiny. Come on. Alright, I mean, this is pretty much how things started on Haven, right? So now we get into a second. It's really only been 1 gun round. After this gun round, if TAMU don't pull out a win here, then I'll start to get worried for them. And KHS did use one of their biggest available tools to try and pull off the Thrifty just to get shut down by the null command, right? So no Hunter's Fury here. Like, maybe you get a late round lockdown if Dill does something nasty, but... Oh, see, they're pretty good about their odds, especially if they win this engagement. Nice paranoia to give a lot of space, and now they're on the chase.
Not all the way in yet. In fact, this is... Oh my goodness. Entry's been turned into Swiss cheese. Bing's been turned into Swiss cheese. TD also in the deli cabinet. Not looking too good right about now, especially for TAMU, who end up down 1 after all the ruckus is stopped. KHS though, and Dill trying to finish this round out.
Really nice containment there from Glyph. KHS, you really gonna try and sneak in here? I mean, the call has come in that Saint is super low. He's not quite dead yet. KHS trades himself out for 1. It's all on Dill in the 1v2, and a Cyber Cage has covered for Glyph's rotation. Dill's thinking about it. He should know that.
1 enemy remaining.
Good on the first. Flash has to dodge it. Has no clue where Glyph is coming from at that point.
That flash was so mean. Because he killed him mid-throw, it made him look in both directions when it bounced off the wall.
Dude had to break his wrist to try and take that fight, man.
I think that kind of screwed up the engage. It was, weirdly enough, a terrific flash that didn't go as intended, but certainly worked. Now TAMU, this is definitely a timeout from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take a look at this start round. What a
this
clown fiesta.
Yeah, it's kind of a mess from TAMU. Right? The fact that they commit 3 players to try and spam into a smoke. Like, best case scenario there, you trade up for 1, and you lose the rest of the entire map. Worst case is pretty much what happens. They didn't trade very effectively at all, and then OC just used that to snowball onto A. Really nice
fix here
paranoia
for
at the start.
TAMU.
Well,
that's what I want to know.
Yeah, and that's the question, right? Because it feels like while TAMU have had solid reads on what OC want to do attacking, right? Like, TAMU have been able to get themselves in the positions they need to, but the utility has not followed up. OC, on the other hand, things like that paranoia we just saw, the flash on the timing we just saw in that round, the way that they're controlling all of B main with cameras from Glyph, and then using that to pressure elsewhere, right? OC have much higher valuable util usage right now, right? Especially in the mid to late round. Early round, TAMU are getting some good information, but it doesn't stop OC from going for these executes. So I hope TAMU hold back some of this a little bit more. And as I say that, I mean, Dill just goes for the aggressive Nanos one. It's an eco. I'll hold judgment. But it seems like the call is the exact opposite of TAMU. They're not holding back. They're going forward into the spears, throwing themselves on the sword of OC.
I mean, I don't mind it. I think this is not the round they were playing their pause for. This is not what the timeout was being held for.
Taken out.
Which can be done.
Last player standing. Strike down mid.
KHS gotta stop doing this, man.
You gotta stop, man.
Makes it look so casual. Dill makes it.
Spike planted.
Shot in the back of the head. Oh, wow. Some fancy footwork there. What the shots from Glyph.
Unwinnable.
It's certainly not.
done.
Entry and Instinct, though.
Oh,
Oof,
it's not a real
what a
gun.
duo.
I mean, entry is pretty low here, right? This is a brutal high-low stack, though. Just absolutely friggin' horrid to try and fight.
This would be the sickest spray transfer of all time if you get it. Okay.
Yeah, no, not happening.
No. Well attempted by Dill. They do some economic damage. It's not really going to matter too much, but TAMU, this is the round they were playing for. And notably, I think, again, a wise pause. TAMU tend to take pretty good pauses. I think we can both agree on that. They're almost always well-timed.
And
you take a look.
Matters.
Exactly. It's a round that matters, not just economically, but also take a look at the ultimates that are on deck, right? 6 ultimates available. 3 for TAMU. 3 powerful ones for TAMU. So I think this is absolutely where you want to spend your thought.
Mm-hmm.
See how they want to utilize it.
It's so funny to get understood against the Orange camp. That's so funny. Alright. Really quick hit here, too. But already some solid rotates. Gotta give it an entry. This is what I was talking about with entry, man. It's just a very reliable pacemaker for his team.
I mean, the job's not done. That was still a 3-stack on. Got one. Spike now down, but map has been segmented off. OC have bisected TAMU. It's working beautifully, slicing through the bodies as well. Now completely isolated. Either defensive player. This is extremely difficult to figure out for TNE Big or Bing. Bing's gonna try and get the rotate through, but still worried about them having mid.
One enemy
looking
remaining.
for an aggressive fight. Gets one that I don't think he wanted. Now the take should be free. They should be able to get on pretty quick here. Bing's figured it out. Has crossed cleanly. 1v3 from heaven. I mean, come on.
Cover going out.
30 seconds left.
It does have a paranoia, right? Maybe he blinds all 3.
Spike planted.
All right, Bing. Work a little magic. Nope. No dice. This is not a bad
Save, though, right?
save.
Right?
Yeah, I'm kind of here for not fighting.
1v6? Yeah, get out of there, bud.
Okay, let's go quicker
Get
mode.
out of there.
Yep. Violence is not the answer. Okay, so TAMU, the round passes.
30 seconds for me to process.
What? Quicker mode?
Violence is not the answer.
I
I think in Valorant, violence is almost exclusively the answer.
Not now. Not right now. I mean, if you're good enough at violence, it's the answer. But
We're not doing pacifist runs of Valorant.
we've had those games. We've seen some
that's
interesting
true.
games in
we
our
have
time.
seen we have seen some quite.
Catch your breath.
No.
Not that I
Played
know.
it
Another
very
second
safe.
and he dies to a shorty, man.
So we spent 2 ultimates for TAMU. 1 on the side of OC. In the round that TAMU was planning on using their ultimates, man. This bisection of TAMU is from OC on the attacking half is something that we see not uncommonly on this map, and it is often one of the ways to kind of checkmate your opponents, right?
And
it's one thing to take.
Oh, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, it's one thing to take control through mid, but it's another to take control all the way through to the spawn, and that's when you really start to see rounds kind of end early despite players still being alive. OC put themselves in that position. Really well done. I love the back of that entry.
Oh, what? Baller 0 point. That absolutely gets.
What?
Just barely. Do they think it's clear though? That's the question. Matter. Oh, but he dashes back into the corner. Oh, Noble's totally stuck here. No one to bail him out. No way to get out of this. Surely done for. Yeah. Yoink. I'll take that gun. Goodbye.
I haven't seen KHS on an operator yet. They're not thinking about behind them. They have not thought about behind them all half. Can't wait. If anybody saves him, it's Glyph. No, Saint!
Oh.
Who turns around just in the nick of time.
I don't think TAMU were at all expecting OC to re-clear through A main on the way to the A site. I think that they were
Last player
absolutely
standing.
anticipating just a full tree push. Yeah, even KHS doesn't expect the timings. This is like what was happening early on in Haven, right? Where timings are just 100% getting the better of
30
TAMU.
seconds
It's
left.
about to be 8-1. This
Spike
was the map
planted.
that TAMU, coming into this series, we thought was most favorable. Glyph was absolutely about to knife Dill, had entry not stolen that away. And things
That
are just
insult to
so things are so brutal for TAMU right now. Because, like, what do you do? Everything TAMU wants to do is getting red. When they push out A main, it's getting red. When they hold back with an operator, their position is getting found. Even when they avoid the utility, even when Noble's able to sneak past the 0 point, he can't quite connect on the first kill with entry. He dies without getting traded out. It was the thing we were worried about Noble coming into the top of the day.
Get out of my
already
way!
used one timeout this half. Do they dare go for a second to try and recover this last?
Knowing Samuel, they'll try. HS Fury out early. Results in a kill, but remember that could just be picked right back up because there's nobody to really defend it. Wants to stop any sort of resurrection from coming through, but he's not able to. This is a great round for OC. Noble's able to pick one up on the tail end, but back up before they go.
Both of these teams
Here.
have never lost in Ascent no matter who they play. TAMU, their streak is about to end. And Noble, I mean, that's just greedy. With a Vandal going for that spray against like 3 players. It's just good for a couple there. Doesn't get traded out either. Can he just hold the line on Switch? No.
Much better.
Last player standing.
Let themselves a 2v1. And they'll take it away. Dill the last to go. OC up to double
Last
digits.
round
TAMU
before the switch.
1-0 short of reaching the order of magnitude.
And this is what we love about OC Esports, right? The fact that like map 1 is so close and they get their first on broadcast overtime win and they don't like respect TAMU after that. You know what I mean? Like obviously like as teams they respect each other, but in terms of gameplay, OC are not afraid to snowball this. They look more and more confident as we go through. And they're reading TAMU even better. Look,
Holy.
the same round, the same read. This time, Tiny does win the first fight. Can he live it?
What? How Tiny still alive?
Dug him like a tick.
If he gets
I know exactly.
Okay, we're good. We're good. All is right. Danny's deflector shields
Now
only
the
lasted
question
so
is-
long.
Now the question is, can TAMU actually read the rotate across map? The Cypher ultimate has revealed that 3 players are still sticking around A. Oh, and Instinct again. And, you know, we talked about Glyphs lurks at the top of the day. Instinct has also been, they're like trading off lurk. And it gives TAMU such a tough time actually reading who is going to be on their flank. A lockdown keeps them off B for a moment, I guess, but
Cover going out.
This is the same thing we witnessed before. I mean,
it all over.
exactly. You've got the map bisected. Like this is the fullest of map control. You've cut the enemy team in half. Even if you don't kill players, this is still
Pick a
ugly.
4v1, you know?
4v1. Yeah,
30 seconds
exactly.
left.
Who do you want a 4v1?
Oh no, they're
first?
not. They're taking 2 2v1s. Wait.
I don't know if I agree with that.
If you lose the one with
Last
the fight,
player
it
standing.
feels somewhat impactful.
See, that one's fine.
That you don't care about. That was gonna happen no matter what.
I didn't even know that Bing is still here.
This one's a little messed up. I think they.
They're looking for him. Okay, good. Instinct's got it. Yeah. I mean, you clear through heaven there, right? And there's a trap wire. A main. There's really only
Switching
one
sides.
Bing conditioning, so good stuff from Instinct. Maybe a little bit riskier than it could have been in terms of technical, like optimal shot calling, but it was also last round, so whatever. Is that? I'm sorry. Was that an 11-1 we just witnessed?
Yeah, this is excessive
For a map-
scorelines right
for
now.
a map that neither of these teams have lost in 3 months, for a map that we called the fulcrum of this series, after we just had overtime. Why do we always get overtime map 1 and then map 2, one of the teams just falls to pieces?
I mean, it does feel like a fulcruming. I'm not gonna lie. Like this is a more this is probably a more well-rounded representation of the matchup. Haven is an extreme of Valorant in terms of shot calling space, number of sites, obviously.
Yeah.
And TAMU played particularly well for it, but heading back to the Ascents, the Pearls, the slightly more straightforward maps, the more average and more regards maps, OC is showing us some fantastic things.
I mean, if TAMU don't get this pistol, it's done, right? I mean, it's done probably either way, but it's definitely done if they don't get the pistol. And what a defensive setup. 40 seconds into the round, and TAMU have not cleared anything. Now they'll go for the Owl Drone B main so that they can try to get this B main pinch. The The door's closed. I mean, breaking that with pistols gives a lot of time for the rotates to come over, and OC already on their way. How much longer can these two site players stall? How deadly is this going to be?
Very for TAMU. Thus far, it is. It's not dealt with in the back of sight. Courthouse, strong holding
Last
point. Doesn't
player
just get
standing.
one. Nothing more than that. Just entry left, and
Spike
TAMU
planted.
will double their round count. Though that's not saying much.
I mean, it's very possible that they just get one round on each, right? Depending
This
on
place is
how.
nice.
OC's probably not going to.
They want a pistol. Also, should hit on.
First pistol. There we go. First pistol.
Which
Jeez.
again, against an OC that's had an incredible pistol rate thus far in the tournament.
Yeah.
That's a big win. Now they have to convert though. OC we saw in their last showing can be particularly deadly even with the lightest of weapons in their hands. Don't take it for granted, TAMU. I don't think they can take anything for granted. Especially now.
No.
If they get a timeout, it'll be
and the
after a
problem-
shaky round.
The problem isn't this round, right? In this round, they're going to blow away and trap him into pizza, right? Okay, where's the B main? Okay, they are now. Okay,
Spike down mid.
surely no one.
Last player standing.
Okay, I was kind of hoping to curse it there. I thought it would have been fun. But no, the problem isn't this round, right? The problem is every round from here on out, especially their quote-unquote bonus. Because how do you take a bonus here and theoretically lose to OC Esports, right? You just give them match point with 9 more rounds to try and win? I don't think so. But do you buy up, potentially lose match point anyways, and then have nothing to do? It's
Yes.
a no-win situation.
No,
But
I
I
think
do think this commitment to the economy
Don't worry,
is
I'll keep them quiet.
theoretically better in the short term, right? Especially since OC, they had no armor on instinct and light on glitch. Oh.
Holy Eli!
Lucky sight.
I've
much?
never seen an Odin whip like that with so many bodies.
A lot of people lined up. 4 survived the intrepid journey onto the site. A little bit more dubious
Spike
though, as some of those
planted.
players have been knocked down low. This is not unwinnable for OC, especially with entry having taken down KHS.
I mean, that's the guy for TAMU right there, who was lurking around in B main, hoping that no one would come that way and that he could maybe stab. Okay, good trade. Glyph at least down early. That helps. No flash. Take your breath here.
Entry with the first.
One enemy remaining.
TAMU.
Last
Such a
player
critical
standing.
round.
Oh,
Saint just finishes things off. Such ease are his flicks. TAMU backs against the wall. They're going to be glad they held on to their economy. But a 12-3 is anything but pretty right about now.
Match point.
Especially for a team that was banking on doing pretty well on this map. Like you said, 100% win rates on either side.
Yeah.
To have this happen to you is a big confidence buster. Especially for a team like TAMU who are so momentum based.
I mean, this one, it's hard to even judge TAMU's like post plant here, just because they have to go for like such bold plays. Although this is a little bit tricky, right? I really can't fathom why Bing is swinging there so early and not playing contact off of Tiny on the site. Seems a little bit too bold for my taste. But speaking of too bold for my taste,
Blocking
Instinct,
sight.
that was a choice. I mean, he had the paranoia. Noble should be losing that fight in theory, but takes 2 already.
It went on to entry. Eli falls as well. This is huge. A clean round is actually massive for them. If you stay here
Spike
with all
planted.
5, think about the damage this could do. OC are actually going to back off. They want to
I love this
save.
save. This is a great save, right?
I'm here for
OC, there's no point in potentially giving guns over. There's no point in potentially breaking your own economy. You have so long to wear TAMU down. Saving these 2 rifles is the optimal play. Sure, you could go in, maybe trade 2 for 2, right? Best case scenario. What does that accomplish you? TAMU win the round, they're still behind, and then you'll have nothing for the following round. Nothing to keep TAMU on their toes.
I don't think TAMU has the easiest buy if you took a couple weapons off them, but nevertheless.
I will say too, the executes from TAMU have looked really great. So Eastside defense has not worked out super well for OC.
They've been gifted a couple though from Instinct. Not gonna lie.
That's very true. That's very true. This is where we need to see like OC pull it back a little bit more. I think when you're up 12-1 or 12-2 or 3 or whatever, right? Sometimes you go for it, and that's kind of what Instinct did. I'm not gonna fault him for going for the clip. There's plenty of room to play, plenty of rounds. Don't really have to be worried. Entry's even gonna have the brainstorm here. So this is 3 effective guns for OC, right? Not an easy round for Sammy. They still got to be careful here. Tripped up. Love this position.
Has it right?
Outweighed.
More B push as well. But I love that they've kind of put the fear of God into OC over on that B main entrance, right? They're not playing aggressive at all. Even the Cypher Cam's there to check it out. Just to make sure they don't lose that player again. So the rest of the information across the map is actually fairly lacking.
Yeah, the only thing they know is where the Sova is. Wow, gets one! Feels like Bing probably should have been doing that a little bit more effectively, and with Noble dying all alone in tree. No one there. Again, no one there to trade him off.
3 suppressed.
Damn you, do they lose to the hero rifles? It's trades even so far. Actually,
One
better for
enemy
OC.
remaining.
What a little stab! Can't quite finish it off himself. Bing now left alone. At least knows where Glyph is, but so much to ponder, so much to worry about, and only 35 seconds for him to play with.
So difficult as well. Being Bing. We talked about
30
it.
seconds left.
Again, with a few rosters. Normally it's Dill playing, or Dam rather. Come in, have this kind of pressure put on you.
There's a camera here. Does that camera get on site?
Spike planted.
I think that camera gave information that Bing has to be. Yeah, look. It gets just that little bit of corner. It's not
Standing ahead.
Precise, but you get a little bit of information. Now, yeah, perfectly done. Oh, 1 HP! And that's not enough. Glyph and Eli dissect Bing, put him on a platter, and give themselves an unbelievably dominant win on our second map of Ascent. They are now just 1 map off
Defenders
from getting
win.
their rematch versus Blinn.
Unceremonious and such an important map too. And you get to here, and you've got to stop the thoughts from getting to your head, right? If you're Tamu, that whole could have won map 1 thing, like now it's really starting to knock at the door of like, okay, mentally, how do we keep ourselves in this one? You've got a 3rd map pick again. We talk about the one team's map pick, the other team's map pick. I remember during Winter Finals, it was super important. It was maybe the talking point of the entire series because OC was able to dominate it, and the fact that it got flipped, it was crazy.
Because they had such different map pools.
Exactly. This literally the same exact map pool. Every team is happy with the first like 3 maps in this series. If it goes to 4, if they can survive till 4, there's a slight advantage for TAMU there. But that is an island they are going to have to wade to before they are able to his sweet land.
We've been talking about Icebox. It's not like Icebox is some miracle map for TAMU, right?
No, it's
like,
it's just a little better.
They're more comfortable on it than OC is. But they're infinitely more comfortable on Haven and Ascent than they are Icebox in theory, right? This was 100% win rate for TAMU. Haven, also a very strong win rate over their Icebox, if I'm not mistaken. So for TAMU to just look so frazzled on map 2, and for OC to just have such a quick adjustment from map 1, to take that 5 minutes we had between maps and be like, guys, okay, here's what they're doing. Noble's always going to be alone. Here's how their executes go. Here's how their defense goes. We just need to bait them a little bit with the information, outbeat them on the timings, right? This is what I was hoping we would see from OC when Entry this week told me that they had completely restructured how they think tactically. Their rotates, their timings, the way they play off of each other. After they lost to Blinn in the quarterfinals, this team sat down and made sure it would never happen again. Not just to Blinn, but to TAMU as well. And what a second map they have shown.
Player standing.
Yeah, and I honestly, it's nice when you can get a game like that where it is a dominant scoreline and you never have to clutch.
Yeah.
0 clutches on the board for OC. That was consistent outplay in almost every avenue. TAMU, I think again had some solid strats, some solid calling, but it's not enough on Ascent. It's just simply not enough. On Haven, it can get you there just barely. On Ascent, it's not going to happen. And I think on Pearl, it's a little bit more open than Ascent, and some nice, clever rotations will buy you some rounds.
Sure.
But by and large, I still look at the biggest difference between these two teams right now. being the way they trade each other out, being the way they skirmish, because OC are arguably the most impressive team in the South in that regard.
And how many rounds was KHS even alive in the late round on this map, right? OC, keep in mind, OC attacked first, right? So they get to read the TAMU defense. They get to see where KHS was playing. He was pretty much always playing over toward B. So you either isolate him or you go kill him, right? OC much more effectively able to take down the #1 fragger from TAMU. Again, this guy had, let me check the exact number, but I think it's something like 60 or 80 more average ACS than the next time. Yeah, his ACS, 260, right? Coming into this series. Even here, his is 241, the next highest being Noble, of course, but that's the entry fragger. You expect, you'd want your entry fragger to have a pretty decent ACS. Blown out of the water. TAMU were on map #2, Door. It's going to be a struggle as we go over to Pearl. They have to not only try and reclaim this series, but stabilize their confidence.
And they don't have too much time to do it, but we are going to give you guys a little bit of time before we prepare for that. So we're going to send you guys to a quick little break. Enjoy it.
3 here in our lower final.
Sir.
And I think TAMU might have tuckered themselves out on map 1. I think they might have maybe hit the gas a little bit too hard and run out of steam. Because while we had a crazy, unexpected overtime on map number 1 that OC put away,
who felt like how this series was supposed to go? You know, like this is
nowhere to be found, man. Honestly.
Yeah, OC found that confidence. They used the time in between the games phenomenally. Now we head into Pearl. I think Pearl, a pretty decent line away from Ascent in terms of style, right? You can compare the two pretty heavily in terms of what you need to play on them effectively. I'm still looking towards the skirmishing of OC to be particularly powerful, especially when we head on to the sites in particular. The mid map might be a bit more flexible if we can see TAMU force them into some uncomfortable situations in mid, in art, as well as down B alt, then I think you're in a pretty good spot. But the sites themselves seem optimal for OC to continue their play on.
And the really interesting thing about Pearl to me is that we're going to go into this with mirror compositions, and neither OC nor TAMU have sort of picked up the new threat on Pearl, right? Where teams are running Viper, or they're running Harbor, right? You get that B-long control. There's no semblance of that in the composition that these two teams are going to be running. It's Astra, Solo, Smoke, and everything else is going to be the Ascent comp we just saw, right? Or, well, no, I'm sorry. Everything else is going to be the Haven comps we saw earlier on, right? So the Breach, which I'm not a huge fan of on Pearl either, right? I don't think the lines are necessarily advantageous, and I think it's difficult to get value out of the Rolling Thunder reliably for Breach. So, an odd third map for either of our teams, but one that again, statistically, they're both pretty comfortable on. They both have a very good win rate on it. So whatever they're doing, it's working. But that makes me worry for TAMU, because when we've had these close mirrors or exact mirrors on the previous two maps, OC have been trending in the direction of far superior coordination.
Yeah, and that's what I think we need to break down if we're TAMU. If we're TAMU, we're not looking back at this. How do we fix our strats? How do we fix this? We need to throw some cogs into the machine, throw some wrenches into the cogs, I suppose. Probably. Fun. Yeah, we don't need to fix the machine. We need to throw wrenches into their cogs. That's cog warfare, so to speak. Because
man, I'd hate to be a mechanical engineer around you.
Wouldn't be the first.
What could that possibly? All I'm getting now is that you spend your weekends when we're not casting just absolutely harassing heavy machinery. That's all I've gotten from this.
You don't need to know what I do in my free time, Paul. In the meantime, though, like I was saying, I think we need to create some chaos if we're TAMU. Yeah. It's where they've been thriving. It's where they've thrived for so long. It's where they're finding wins against OC. When OC are allowed to come into these fights, dictating them, taking them 3v3, 2v2, it hasn't looked great. And normally you'd expect 3v3s, 2v2s to go even, but they just have not. It has been starkly in favor of OC in that regard. If you allow them to continue to find those skirmishes, you're going to be in a rough spot. But if you can find cheeky angles with Noble, put in some players into positions where they don't expect them to be, and push. And yes, pushing is risky in this situation, but I think TAMU have a good sense of where to do it. The right buttons on OC's side, you're going to find yourself in a much more comfortable position than you did on Ascent, where the lanes were getting locked up, things were getting jammed, you were forced into those 3-on-3s, 2-on-2s, and just losing them every time.
Yeah, and I mean, the reason that those little skirmishes, as you called them, were going so poorly is because the micro coordination from OC right now is just next level, right? Entry is always supported by flashes or owl drones, recon darts. There's always someone 2 feet behind him to swing and trade him, but not close enough to where they get spray transferred like they were on Haven, right? Whereas when we watch TAMU take fights, it's very individual, right? I would woe to see what their cast score might be after that Ascent we just watched. There were no trades, then no assists, and hardly any surviving either going on for TAMU. So I just like to see them play a little bit more together, right? On Haven, you can get away with that sort of disparate play and then group up later to have KHS clutch everything out. But if KHS is getting isolated, if KHS is getting rolled over by an execute on site, or anyone else is getting rolled over by an execute on site, then you end up in these like unwinnable 5v3s, 5v2s, where TAMU just can't rely on their individual
Unit
prowess to pull
actuation
them out.
validated.
Regardless of how they do it, they got to do it now, Paul. We're heading into Pearl. TAMU versus OC. It could be the final map. OC have set a standard for Collegiate Valorant this semester.
Right there.
And they look to...
TAMU have adjusted their comp. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your story there. This is a completely new comp from TAMU. They've never run this on Pearl. They've actually picked up that sort of like more modern composition for Pearl that I was talking about. The Viper, the Harbor. This is great for controlling the map, making OC's job as difficult as it can be. Really strong defensive setup especially.
I mean, the sword is only dangerous if you know how to wield it, Paul. Or you accidentally cut yourself on it. But
I was going to say, swords are still dangerous, they're just not as dangerous.
Well, they can be more dangerous to yourself if you're not,
you know, I think
you're
that
not
is
so capable.
Good analogy.
So let's see how TAMU can pilot this before we start saying it has XYZ advantage, because, like you said, first time for them.
True.
It's a risk, but I mean, I'm here for it. Like we said, it's at the point of the series where we need risks. Oh, first one.
Tasty angle.
What'd you like to see?
And that's what TAMU want, right? They don't want 2v2s or 3v3s. They want 1v1s. They want instances where guys like Noble and KHS can shine. That's what's great about this composition that they're running, is because it creates opportunities for confusion, for that wrench in the machine that you were talking about. Of course, that was just, you know, Glyph checking an angle that didn't go well for him, but looking into
but Noble hits that shot often.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Bet he hit that shot.
Meanwhile, I do not, so.
Honestly, that shot's a comedy deal.
Not me,
Noble
the
too.
Alright, entry in. Immediately going pretty poorly for OC. They have not fully cleared this, though.
Spike planted.
Around TAMU. Pulled into a weird position. KHS
Last player
take a
standing.
confident peek. You like the same. Down. Numbers advantage will just be too much to handle here. Bang with a nice little three-piece as well. Will help get that defuse.
And already in the first round, you can see what I was talking about with the confusion, the more difficult trades that OC have to go for now. Entry dashes forward onto site, as a good jet should, right? But the harbor wall cuts him off from the teammates behind him who want to trade him out. So Bing gets a nice fight, isolates Entry. And honestly, KHS could have won that one as well, right? And then you get into a situation where, because the OC aren't able to trade out their players, they're all isolated on these angles, TAMU can sweep in with their superior numbers and get themselves a pistol. A much-needed pistol to turn the momentum of this series, potentially.
Flash will reveal a fair bit about the position. Unfortunately, I don't think it actually helps them take it away quite yet.
There.
KHS has got to rotate back to the site. They're looking for a flank here, but it's well covered by the Killjoy.
Spike down A.
Almost a perfect crispy three-piece. So close.
Spike planted.
I think that's deep enough into art, though. Yeah, Eli's not going to dare go for it. Instinct on this crazy look. Bro, if in another round that instinct lurk would have been so deadly. But everyone's on the flank instead. We have traded spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it makes you look at the beginning of the round. It was a little weird from TAMU to like the full mid control, but they're just not taking any chances, right? Just want to overpower with weapons. They're willing to trade. We'll have to do so on that final kill, but not enough damage done by OC to really maim the likes of TAMU. That's another pistol and a second round up on the board for the team in blue. OC, I mean, this is the round that I think is going to define a lot of things, right? How do they want to play against this Harbor and the Viper when there are weapons in hand, when all of the abilities are on the line?
One enemy remaining.
And the question is, I think for OC going into this round, can they force some of this Harbor utility to get used early, right? You know, if the Cascades and the High Tide are used early, the Harbor really doesn't do anything in the post plant. Like, Cove is nice and all, but it's not going to protect a defuse. Not really. Not against a solid post plant from OC. OC's keeping with these defaults as well, right? We've yet to see, like, a full commitment to an execute in the early round. In control, attempted, and fallen off of by TAMU. Still a good trade. Ooh, and KHS!
No more for OC. Quickly turning the round against them. Mid control. ripped away.
Last player
That's just
standing.
Eli. Noble reason. Oh my goodness. The confidence on this jet. You have to feel, as much as TAMU are a momentum-based team, as much as the confidence helps them, they are a team where it's like, if Noble hits one shot at the beginning of the first round with the Sheriff, all of a sudden, it's like, it powers him like a nuclear fission generator, right? Where it's just like, you get the one pick and all of a sudden an entire city has been electrified.
That very first pick on Glyph really did put the wind in TAMU's sails, right?
Yeah.
Because that's when, there's always this like little seed of doubt in your mind where it's like, oh, are they just a better team than us? Oh, are they just better mechanically? Did we get lucky on Haven? You hit that shot and you're like, nah, guys, I'm better. It's me. I'm him. And great timing too. TAMU have really altered the way that they're taking fights between here and what we saw on Ascent, right? Like, even though it's technically like still Bing or Dill who's taking that first fight, there's someone waiting in the wings to swing. Not immediately ready to trade, but waiting to apply an alternate.
The dog puts him away though. Very convenient Sky ult that comes through for TAMU. And I like that ult usage as well.
Yeah, it's a great little secret. I mean, you get the secret so early, right? KHS is such a fragger. He'll have it back in plenty of time.
Nice confirm, you know?
Exactly. It's a way to make sure that Risky doesn't go OC's way. And Tiny getting even more spirits back for TAMU. Oh, they're feeling it now.
Man, this team doesn't stay down, do they?
This is the first map that they've had an advantage for after the first 4 rounds as well, right? Both
again,
the
it's on
maps
the defending side.
1-5.
This is only the second gun round for OC, though.
Yeah.
So I don't want to write them out by any means yet. They also have ultimates on deck. Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder. You said the Rolling Thunder, not particularly useful.
It can
on this
be
map.
tricky to get value. Go, right? But I think in this round, they're actually pivoting to Art here. Yeah, they're gonna go for a fast play. Gotta kill Noble. Okay, Saint wins the fight against Noble. That was the pivotal one. This trade in Art does matter because it does give TAMU information that things are coming to A. Two players there. Saint gets isolated. And now unentrusted.
Revealing area.
Not left alone completely though. Instinct coming on the late lurk.
Tox poisons off.
One enemy remaining.
And he connects the shot. That's all that really needs to be done. It's Belly on the other side. Pick him off. TAMU, another gun round on the board, and more confidence gained. I think certainly getting some from us, but we are also quick to turn for TAMU. I mean, we know the pace that they can bring once things start going in their direction, Paul. We've seen it many a time.
And again, I just have to, when we're talking about pace, I just have to commend TAMU for this compositional swap from roles that they're generally more comfortable on, right? Like, Tiny's an initiator player. Sure, KHS plays a little bit of Sky on some maps, but like Bing on the Harbor, I don't think he has any plays on Harbor and CVAL this season.
Deploying
And
drone.
it slows OC down. There's so much utility they have to pass, so much information that they have to work against.
Here.
Gives TAMU a chance to get those defensive
Right
reads
here.
that we saw from them on Haven.
We're not reading too hard into this one. In fact, the players stay all the way over at A.
Bro, and OC are going for a TAMU eco. They've given Glyph, Glyph the Guardian.
This feels like the overweight police officer hiding behind the pole, you know? We've stacked 4 players on this, on one GPU. Up one. TAMU still holding. They've got the firepower. There's nothing recovered yet by OC, and Dill is delivering. Instinct's able to trade it back, but now the reinforcements are here.
Planting
OC still haven't recovered. The flank from KHS could be the knockout blow.
I mean, at range here, a Vandal's going to win
Spike
against
down B.
Surely don't operate on eco round. Nice little dog there, too, the Trailblazer.
30 seconds left.
Makes your girl down.
Ooh, tasty shot from Glyph. Hang on, this is still winnable. Got 20 seconds, though. Are you really going to try and push in a spawn?
Oh, a weapon as well for Instinct.
Reload gives him away.
Spike drop.
Timing here is everything.
This is so hard. How do you get this spike down? They're going to try.
10 seconds
Bingo
left.
walks into the sights of
Spike
Instinct.
planted.
Robert killing it. Oh, no! Oh, there's spaghetti everywhere. Oh, boy. That's a rough one.
Yes, fam. Yes. This
Yeah,
is what
thrifty
we
for
needed.
OC. We were just talking about momentum and confidence. OC, they pump their own brakes. They let, again, that early utility come out from TAMU. And they punish it. They get onto the site. What patience
10 seconds
from
left.
OC in this round.
Planted.
Waiting for the perfect opportunities.
Crazy that they can pull a change up in pace that quickly, especially considering they haven't spent a pause. Again, something we don't often see OC do, so for them to have that ability to turn on a dime is unsurprising. It's more pressure towards B now. The tools there to stop them though are
going up.
plentiful. 3 players all rotated into position. And OC don't have much to offer up outside of this operator for entry.
TAMU really rotated to this site too. They're so nervous though. They can't fully commit to this because they know Glyph and Instinct both like to lurk so heavily, right? So like KHS is still all the way over in Art. But gee, look at this. When this wall comes,
Why'd you find it?
Oh, the Rolling Thunder's so good, but they fall! Turn horizontal before it can even reach them.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, the pace of kills coming out from TAMU, frankly, incredible. Noble, good for 3 of those. That looks great for OC if that Rolling Thunder comes out half a second earlier.
yeah, literally, like half a second, 1/10 of a second is what determines that round, right? Both teams have the same idea. The wall drops and they want to get in on it. But Tiny knows when the wall is going to drop more precisely than OC does, dude. He's able to call it with more accuracy because it's his wall. That Rolling Thunder is just a second. If that goes up as it's falling, right? OC win that round. It's probably flawless the other direction, right?
Oh yeah, it was a very
moment.
binary fight in terms of his
Still with
outcome.
some money here, but struggling to make anything work, honestly. Like, yeah, they got the one thrifty where they kind of snuck into the site, but they can't do that against the Seekers. That's great info from KHS.
OC scramble backwards. TAMU, a small rotate, nothing big. Honestly, I have to give a lot of credit to Bing. Bing's positioning's been fantastic.
Yeah,
Through this
Bing
match.
is,
Like
Bing's
every,
harbor, like his util usage has been phenomenal on the harbor.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed. His
E2 usage has
Cascade,
been
or not the
good.
Cascades. The high
he's been in
tide has been
position.
so annoying.
It's been in the right place.
Bomb grenade
Actually,
out.
a rare time where he's not been. What kind of stall can Dill put on this, though? The question, because this is going to take some time for the other players to get here.
Nice.
For one, looking for the next entry. It's up to bat. Dill swings wide, gets a second. Corner. Glyph not expecting him there. It's KHS coming in to clean up now. Dill won all the time in the world.
Well for them on Haven. Like on Haven, we saw Dill tucked in on the C site and an unbelievable anchor, constantly clearing for 2s and 3s and rounds. One of the reasons TAMU's defense looked so good. Perfect off angles. This stun doesn't go so well for him. And a stun prevents Tiny from trading. Not a recoverable right.
You should run. Spike planted.
Lockdown committed to try and put time pressure on TAMU. I don't know about that, Door.
I think TAMU are very comfortable there now, especially seeing as they have the Harbor ultimate to just retake this if they want to. No, they happily walk into sites. OC trying to chase down the kills, trying to catch TAMU off guard. And actually, I think that was actually a very telling moment because TAMU,
Player standing.
might have not looked as good getting caught out in those moments. But this time, no. They're ready. Even when they're on the back foot, even when they're being pushed, they're ready to react. Up to 8 now in their defensive half. This is a big scoreline for a team that really needs it.
And OC on the other hand, I'm a little bit disappointed in the lack of fluidity that we're seeing from OC Esports, right? They've picked a site and they've just slowly walked at it. Almost every single round, right? They're not really rotating. They're not playing off info like they were on Haven or Ascent, right? It's been fairly predictable from OC Esports on their attacking side so far. And the players that we've hyped up so hard, you know, guys like Glyph and Instinct, they're really nowhere to be found because of the way they're playing. You know, I haven't seen Glyph on alert this entire game.
Enemy kill.
This Noble with an opener on the operator. This is genuinely just sights of the first map that we saw. All the brilliance that TAMU brought there.
Look how long this takes from OC. They're taking so long to get to A that 2 more players have been pulled over. It's 2 players covering Link and 2 players covering Sight now. The snake bites literally that didn't quite land. And Bing does get disposed of Sight. Not unwinnable for OC. Finally, they'll rotate off. Finally! 10 rounds in. They pull to a different direction on the map. But Dill is still lying in wait.
Bot coming back.
Dill's got their work cut out for him. I love this push, though. Dill expecting someone up long. Isolate this 1v1. And it's Spike at that. If Dill wins this. If Dill wins this. Oh, God, Saint. That's... You don't want to look at the wall. You don't want to look at the wall. Oh, no. Spike down.
How could you ever anticipate that off angle? What kind of demon? Who in their right mind plays that off angle and have 20 seconds left?
It's not even an off angle. It's a Dill angle, man. That's the only person insane enough to do that. They get the last player there as well. Noble's gonna clean up the last kill. And Tamu swing up to 9. Could they actually set a better... I haven't even, like, processed that in my head. Could they actually set a better scoreline against OC here? And OC set against them on Ascent. I know we we're not considering map pick to really matter all that much, but like if this doesn't prove it, I don't know what does.
Man, Dill has been so smart this entire time. And they left Dill on the island over at B too, right? Because if A ends up being a fake, they trust Dill at this point to trade out well, right? Plus they have Noble over toward A with the operator. Now he's doubled up toward B actually. This round, if OC can identify that Noble is over toward B, the A site is ripe for the taking.
Still pushing up again. Not as isolated this time. Maybe that's not for the better. Players of OC leaning towards A. An aggressive push into the main choke, though. Does set a position for Tamu that might be difficult for OC to actually figure out.
No one knows where anyone is. Everyone is so confused right now. This contact play is insane. Can Saint actually... No. Okay, KHS spots him, and that'll be the tell that somebody's coming over to A. But look what the operator's gotten to. Noble's in such an awkward spot. He'll probably get one here, but there's no way he expects entry behind him. He's going for the defuse!
They heard that, right? Oh my God!
So last player standing.
My ult's ready.
I'm terrified if I just watch my friend die Noble like that. Oh my God.
What?
Noble uses 3 weapons for 3 kills.
They're made of steel, dude.
It's funny. Part of me thinks Noble could have stuck that. Like, it didn't seem like OC had processed it at all.
I got a shorty. What are they gonna do? I'll trade. That's fine.
And that's what I'm talking about, man. At the beginning of this, like, Tamu has got to bring back that just complete unpredictability that they have.
That is the biggest brain, low IQ play I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, but you know say the same thing about Dill's push down B long earlier, too. Like, this is where Tamu makes their buku bucks, bro.
Like, just the absolute, like, monkey brain, ooh, I'll defuse Spike. But, like, it's actually intelligent because he has... Off your feet! Okay, this time, Noble, yeah, you rightfully get clocked there. KHS still trading pretty well, though. Zing lurks through mid here.
Danny getting out here is so critical. Because that allows the flank to come in. Look at Bing!
Reckoning, too, on the site. Stuns are about to come in. Oh, wait, no, it's the lockdown. Sorry, not the Reckoning. Oh, great awareness from OC.
Get out of my way.
Entry gives his position away a little bit there, the upgrab.
One enemy remaining.
Entry is trying to mess with. Tiny goes down, trying to fight the 1v1 on Saint. It's last round of the half, Dill. No point in saving a gun.
That's
and you're not going to get a chance to either. All right, a little bit of a... I can't call it a recovery door. I can't.
Oh, certainly not.
To.
Tam, you have flipped this thing on its head. This series is absurd. I can... You just don't know what's going to happen next. Every round, every map seems to just be up in the air. KHS, though. Good stuff here. Bing got a little figured out here. The second that...
Yeah.
They threw the wave out. Everything. The jig was kind of up. The flank could have been nice, but unfortunately didn't quite play it perfectly. It's hard to in those situations, but now over on the flip side of the map, OC offer up a defense. And honestly, I'm not going to say they have a great chance, but there is still a chance. TAMU have floundered attacking sides, and it is not uncommon for this team to look much better on one side of the map than the other.
I pretty distinctly remember some matches from long ago where TAMU were up this high against like UH Premier kind of teams and found a way to lose it. That being said, this pistol starts off pretty well for them as they take out Entry. And Entry, you know, we were talking coming into the first 2 maps, it'd been like Noble, the Jet that was in positions where he's just not tradable, right? Entry's been getting bodied this map. I'll be real.
Yeah, untradeable positions, and a lot of it due to that Viper and the Harbor util that they weren't expecting to come out. TAMU have smacked them across the face in this composition. Unfortunately, there just isn't much of a retort from OC.
From Glyph, but
Last player standing.
he doesn't have the support. Even if Instinct gets that one.
What is this? Oh my goodness! That's fun little ditty we just got to dance there. TAMU go up to 11.
That's a round where you just have to reset your brain afterwards with your Instinct, right? Like, that is such a chaotic moment at the very end of the round. I don't know about Instinct. Instinct hopefully has better mental than I do. But if I was like, if one dude was just like running around and then another one comes up behind me and I'm like swinging my mouse all over the place just trying to find someone while somebody's trying to knife me, right? I get killed by a player who's, or by his buddy who's reloading and the guy who's jumping around with a knife. I'd be tilted. I think Instinct will do better than I do. That's not really, you know, crazy to say. Man, look at these stuns. I mean, those stuns are good, right? I'll give Saint that much.
Right there.
There's still retake detail for TAMU. TAMU didn't commit anything to that. Yeah, okay. This is smart to back off. This is not a fight you want. Yeah.
Especially there. If a guy like from KHS would have given him away, right?
Yeah.
Maniac swing. I mean, fair enough, right? Maybe you catch 4 players in the match. Maybe you get 2 and swing around. I mean, there's not much else you can do here unless. I mean, we've seen them split before, right? Last time we were on Pearl when he was against UST, he got a crazy 3K. But much like that time, he's not able to clutch here.
1 enemy remaining.
And it's all like him. Noble has spammed so much, he's down to 12 bullets in his gun.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think that is just the Harbor Viper effect, to be fair. Like, fair. The bullets are no longer an infinite resource. They're Saint wishes they were. Still picks them off at range. TAMU go up to map point.
Match point.
Once we win, just dump all your tech in my lab. I'll fix it up.
This is crazy. I'm not even sure what to say here, right? I mean, how impressive is it that TAMU have put this comp together in a week, in the way that they have, right? The execution,
such a little time to prep.
Defensively it was good, right? But the executes look just as clean. It wasn't just like, oh, thank God we start on defense because that's what we know how to play. Like, the way they take that site is super clean. I mean, now there's some fragment of an economy for OC, but even then they fought into the last round. They're still working with pieces.
Nature girl
down long. I mean, continues the headshot streak.
If there's one guy you trust to try and bring it back, it'd be Glyph. I don't think that turret is actually deep enough. No, Instinct's tucked in here. Nobody's even going that way. It's just a turret to watch the flank, right?
Oh my God.
And now Instinct, he can't leave. Because if he leaves, he gets tagged by the turret. He can't push because he'll get tagged by the turret. So instead, Glyph has to be the solo man trying to push through Art. And he loses to Dill.
Man,
seeing it coming.
OC had every part of the map covered except for the one that TAMU were taking.
Spike planted.
I mean, that's one of those straightforward rounds where you're just getting pressed from every side. Gotta go in, do exactly that. Find an open site. Instinct down as well. OC slowly losing their hopes for this round that I think Glyph had given them early on. Entry can make it on, but trading these out is going to be nigh on impossible, especially with this flank coming in from Teeny.
Last player standing.
Brilliant stun here. Entry all alone. 15 health. TAMU.
Attackers win.
That an even faster barn burner on map 3. Keep themselves alive. in our lower bracket finals, pushed us to that pivotal map 4 of Icebox, and still have a chance when we had all but written them off.
What a confusing match we've got on our hands. TAMU not favored coming in. They play map 1 close. We're like, oh man, that was great. Map 2 goes by. You literally come in post break. Yeah, I think they're out of steam. I think that's it. I think TAMU are out of gas. And then they do that.
I did say that.
Oh my.
Bro, they just reserved
It's okay.
gas, dude.
Thank God I edit the recaps because I can just put that whole running out of steam thing in and I'll just clip in the victory part immediately after.
Appreciate, yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make me look silly when I am silly.
What makes the teams look good when you look silly, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that's what's really... They are, you know... they look better anyways, because they're the ones actually playing. So it's more fair for them to look good than me. And TAMU just looked insane, dude. And now this throws OC for a loop, right? Like, not only were you expecting to win this map after how dominant Ascent was, and the fact that you took Haven, which was really close, but now you don't know what comps TAMU might roll out with. Right? Like the Harbor Viper, it's not just a Pearl thing. Teams have been innovating Icebox right before it goes out of the map pool. Teams have been innovating Icebox with some Harbor, with some Viper. Have TAMU spent this week doing that too? Will they go back to their regular comp? It's hard to read.
I really hope so, to be completely honest. I think this comp has thrown OC for a loop. OC didn't seem to have much of a concept of how to play counter util against it. That was a big problem. You saw the engagements down be long time and time again go TAMU's way. And if we start playing on Icebox and we start playing down those long angles again with the Harbor Viper, I could see that util being a problem all over again.
Even with more first kills than you would necessarily expect from OC, they're not able to convert, right? Like that's 3 rounds where they start with an advantage and aren't able to convert against TAMU. That just goes to show that TAMU, at least on Pearl, at least with that comp, are playing in a much more cohesive manner, a much more tradable manner. One where, yes, if they lose a little bit out in the early, they're still able to snowball that. And Noble with the op, by the way, was a phenom here. And that op isn't... Theoretically, that op's not going anywhere, right? Sure, TAMU never got to build up their economy on Ascent so that Noble could get an operator. But if the first few rounds of Icebox defense go TAMU's way, Noble's going to pick that op back up.
That op's a terrifying prospect. In fact, everything is unknown for OC heading into Icebox. For you guys, you get to be on your toes, be on the edge of your seats for just a little bit longer. We're going to send you to a break before map number 4. Welcome back, everybody, to the series that every time you think you know where it's going, it seems to just take a more ridiculous turn. I'm gonna be completely honest. Map 1 didn't go how we thought. Map 2 then followed that up with a complete surprise, given how Map 1 went, and then Map 3 did maybe the biggest turnaround we could have possibly expected. On the map pick that went the opposite direction. This series makes no sense, Paul, but I'm having a good time.
Well, we're having a great time, right? And I think it's like worth noting a little bit here that when we talk about map number 4 and we talk about how technically speaking it's like TAMU favored, it's not that TAMU favored, right? Like they have a few more plays on it and a little bit better of a win rate.
If they bring out the Harbor Viper again, I flip it further towards them.
I like the Harbor.
I like the look, and I think OC looks spun right about now by it. It's a tough thing for them to counter.
I mean, it's one thing for like Bing to go over onto the Harbor. It still smokes. It's still in that same vein, right? Sure, you have to like learn how to throw your high tide correctly and when to use the cascade properly to really deny vision. But Bing really seemed on top of it. I was also impressed with Tiny, who picked up Viper, a character that there's pretty much no reason to assume that he could play, and looked perfectly fine on it. A couple of the snake bites were maybe a little bit long, but the important things got there, right? Like the walls and the snake bites that mattered landed when they did. And that's actually, while we're waiting for the teams, it's been a long series. They're taking a little bit of a break here, guys. Let's throw to an interview we had with Tiny a while ago and see what his thoughts are about CVAL.
He knows he's above him, but he simply doesn't have time. Town falls. Another round win for TAMU.
So I started last year on the lower team. Honestly, I was pretty bad. At first, I looked at the main roster and I was like, okay, who's leaving? Am I good enough to get on? I started talking to them, maybe like playing a little bit of ranked with them to see how good they are, see if we meshed well together, and so I tried out for the team. And Collegiate Valorant, like the warm-up was happening. We played it and we won the whole thing, which, it's not a really big tournament because a lot of teams didn't have people on there. Like, cause collegiate teams are slowly getting like the tier 2, some of the tier 2 players, like tier 3, tier 2 players. So I feel like competition is ramping up in collegiate. OCU. I don't have a grudge against OCU or anything, but for some of them, Saint keeps throwing my rank games. He keeps throwing my rank games, man. He think Yoru no con ran it down one game and then after he said, sorry bro. After we lost, I was like in bed. I got new strats. I was laying in my bed. I was like, I got an exam tomorrow, but right now I just wanna make a Valor stat. Or I was thinking about the rounds we lost. There's so many rounds. Those rounds like that just haunt me, and they really they put like fire in my butt. And I wanna win. When I came in, I started IGLing, so we have a little bit more structure now. Most of us are just college players playing for fun. Like, alright guys, it's time to rush B. But we're trying to slowly implement like, alright, I'll leave you there, now we're gonna go take over here. I think that's probably the recipe for our success. I was playing a ranked game. Somebody might have been talking some trash to me. They said at the end of the game, they said good luck in CVAL right after we lost. I'm not even sure if he plays collegiate, man.
I'll tell you what, it was a pleasure getting to talk to TNE for a little bit. Not to mention, I forgot that Saint comment. Yeah, there is a bit of a grudge, isn't there?
Yeah. I mean, these guys are all friendly toward each other, but Saint can't be running down on Yoru, man. Thankfully, no Yoru spotted here as we hit Icebox. Also, no Harbor, well, there are Vipers. No Harbor, though. For TAMU, they'll be starting off on the defense. Oh wait, no, there is a Harbor. I am blind. He's over at B. He was hiding from me.
Okay, I like it though.
Yeah, no, this is what we wanted to see.
Harbor Viper coming back out on Icebox. It's the opportunity of a lifetime for TAMU to take a very, very impressive map.
Scanning ahead.
And take this thing onto a map 5. We'll see what we're expecting to see today. That's for sure. Saint to spray down 2, isn't able to. It's a 1-for-1. Decent space gained over the map for TAMU. Now OC are getting squeezed. They have to make this take happen. And K just doing a good job putting the brakes on it.
At least stalls time to rotate to come back through, and I like the commitment to playing alongside KHS from Noble and Bing. They don't go for a cheeky flank. They don't over-aggress. Instead, they regroup. That gives room for Glib to sneak his way through mid.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, things not going so well on the site, though.
Leave
Glib
us.
now has to do something crazy.
One
Nice
enemy remaining.
one, nice 2, but can you get there in time? In time? No! I don't think he did.
Oh,
No,
no.
the defuse rolls. And
That
Bing
was
just
close.
narrowly nails
Nobody's a
it. It
hero
was
when
very
you're
close.
flying for air.
Another
was
half
so
second
low.
and Glyph has that.
Another quarter second, 10 second. That's over. Alas, not meant to be. I think the confidence that they had to stick that. Impressive. Bing, like you said, past 2 maps has really been showing up. The two prior, pretty quiet. But very, very big turnaround once we made the shift over to the harbor. That was weapons up. Another pistol round in their pocket. They're going even with OC now in pistol rounds, just about.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, it's 3-3.
OC have to answer that. I do not envy their position.
The thing is, OC haven't won. OC are 0 for 3 in the last one. Actually, have more.
Oh boy.
I love you all.
This
My
is where
heart
the
ready.
KHS is a baiter and KHS just farms ecos. Accusations come back in. He's already got a Hunter's Fury, bro. What?
I don't know. He got involved in the pistol round. That wasn't
He did. He got his hands dirty. 2-0 TAMU though. Now he's got weapons. They still they need to show us like yesterday, like this round or maybe the next bye round, that they have something to do against this Harbor Viper, because TAMU continue to rotate and run circles around them utility wise. OC are finding some nice trades, like that 3K at the end of the pistol round or 2K, whatever it was. It is nice, but that's not gonna happen.
Oops.
Woo! You know what will though? Noble hidden
With a
shots.
Marshall, man. With a Marshall. Noble gets that done. He gets involved as well. No one waiting to really take advantage of that. No one's over pushing, but KHS,
down,
yeah, using that
attacker
round
spawn.
3 Hunter's Fury to his advantage, taking out his counterpart. God, you're really... OC are really depending on this third Glyph. Glyph has snuck all the way into kitchen and needs to get something big.
Toxins going up.
Oh, no. They smell this. They smell this. They smell this. No?
Oh.
Thinking about low. Bing! Bing spotted him! Oh, but it took just a moment too long to process. Glyph swings on the second angle as well.
It's a gun. That's not necessarily good for Glyph. It's still a 2v3. I mean, at least he gives the information that players were rotating away from the B site. So as TAMU have a little bit of a misread here, they're going to have to work fast on their retake of B.
Toxin screen down.
Still 3v2 though. I mean, we have to be honest where the advantage lies. TAMU are favored, despite the positional
30
advantage.
seconds left.
And they're willing to wait for it as well. They're not taking their chances.
Toxins going up.
They know their strength in numbers. They know they can play things fast and be okay.
Setting up too. They're going for the plant, just clearing this entire portion of the map. Entry is set up deep here. I mean,
10
in that
seconds
position-
left. Down.
Are they really going to commit to the snowman fight? Snowman fight can be really tricky here. They're both tucking themselves in so deep. I mean, damn you, do you dare to clear this? Oh, it wasn't
Last player
now has
standing.
been. And KHS gets entry. Do they have a second player here? That's 1, 2, and 3 will be denied, and TAMU keep their streak going.
There's a nice little sidestep there by
Thanks.
TNE as well, just to avoid getting sprayed down by the swing. It's small things, but TNE is doing them right, which is a lot more than we could say for map 1 and map 2.
Especially map 2.
Yeah. These shots though initially from Noble. I mean, the confidence this guy's got, insane. Glyph trade pretty solid, but unfortunately wasn't able to make the most of the position.
Player standing.
It's just so risky to go for that lurk when it's like an anti-bonus, right? When
Bot
you've
coming
got
back.
rifles, the other team doesn't. I mean, sure, TAMU had like a couple, but
Bot coming back.
trading up there into dropping the Spectre or dropping the Vandal against the Spectre fight, right? No information. It's not like his team had gone, hey, there's 3 on A, go for the lurk. Hey, we've got it. It's just grasping at straws.
Now is he offering up something different? default. Take out any players
Toxin
aggressing.
screen down.
Damn, you again have the read. It's been a consistent point. Even when they were having the roughest map, the calls still were good.
Yeah, feel smart about that, right?
Yeah.
Glyph slips the net once, and you're not letting him through kitchen free. Nice little swing. Okay, I love the delayed swing there to catch Bing. Because the chances that Bing are prepared for that fight to take place so late after he kills Instinct are much lower.
Still made no progress. You're at 50 seconds. You just pulled from your default. And nobody's really out of position. I mean, you traded. You're down one. Not exactly a great beginning to the round for OC. I don't think it's getting any better. 40
Toxin
seconds,
screen
pushing
down.
into full Viper util. I don't think you have the time to hunt all this down. There's so much to clear.
Snake fight. Really nice work from Tiny there.
Last player standing.
Perfectly fine for Nova to die. There's no way there's time available. Okay, this
Toxin
gun
screen
round
down.
makes or breaks pot. I don't want to say the series because like Lotus is
Lotus is
like a pocket pick for OC that they feel really confident about. But like OC, you gotta get back in the game. I don't want to see it be so slow.
I agree.
OC have been tiptoeing the last couple of maps. It's like someone put a boot on their car, man.
Maybe they got to go back to that map one pause where it's just like, okay, let's stop messing around. Let's just put the gas on again. Go for a standard execute. See how it goes.
And since OC have started losing, we have not seen attack timeout.
No, they were bringing them out in map number one, but I mean, past that, it's been silent from their side. And this is, I mean, call it a problem, call it a stylistic choice, call it what you will, but you do in these moments notice the lack of willingness to time out.
And double duelist too, right? I can't fathom why OC are going so slow with a raised jet comp, man. It's just crazy to me. I mean, I guess, like, they don't have much to create space for it. This is a flashless composition. Really, all you have is the owl drone or the recon dart to try and clear out the space. That's a good dart there. But it's just, I mean, a nanostorm's just going to buy time for the wall to come down. And OC feel like they have to ping pong again. They're going all the way back. Hey!
Got to fight over top, but nothing's found yet. Noble firing through, but again, it's only a one-man advantage.
He's just wasting their time.
Exactly. It's happened the last round. OC are just burning the clock. KHS. Wow, this is an illegal
30
position.
seconds left.
Oh, and the timing. The Reckoning now coming too.
One enemy remaining.
There's no way to play it. Yeah, they're ping-ponging again. At least Glyph and Entry have waited in the way. Finally getting something out of a load. Entry set up so deep in Snowman. Unpredictable. And OC, by just throwing logic to the wind, have managed to steal away around.
If you can't beat them, join them, you know? This series has become unhinged by map number 4. God forbid we make it to number 5. You said that was an important round for OC where they had to show something special, whether that was going faster or something like that. But it does feel like they've been on the cusp of plays like that in rounds prior, right? Where they've snuck all the way up through kitchen and such, and they haven't been able to capitalize. So if they can find some consistency in capitalizing on those positions, I'll feel comfortable. But for now, it's a round on the board, and I think they could be pretty happy with that.
You need a moment, right? Just block one punch, and that's what OC did. Take a second to recollect yourselves. Oh, and Glyph has found it again. Glyph's found the thread. He's back in kitchen, and there's no turret to stop him. It's all the way down the hallway, right? So Glyph can actually set up in an angle that clears and covers for the rotate going through kitchen if you want.
Take flight.
Okay, just throwing out a drone. Not gonna get too much information. They figured out what's not here, but rotate to the other side of the map seems likely. Does the jet come now is the question I'm asking myself. Are we bringing Noble to defend A? They are. This feels a lot worse for OC right about now.
Lockdown has to be invested for OC. That should give them some room to plant. The question is, can Noble make this expensive before they step all the way up? Good patience from OC. I mean, if there's anything this team is, it's a patient team. So they don't push forward
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Damn, you are so aware of Glyph, but he's playing so ratty, so tucked in. No way to punish him.
Glyph's just gonna not give it to them as well. Goes back, regroups with the team. Nerves of steel OC right about now. Shot from Noble misses as well. Stinks, the point man. Does good to take down KHS. Can't get another.
Blocking fire.
Now you're playing into an operator as well. This is far from easy for OC to properly clean up on. Arbor tosses the orb to try and cover the plant. Remember, Tam, you don't really have that much to help defend this.
Nowhere to put
Shots from Saint Rain in. Hunter's Fury used. Nothing to get the defuse off. A couple of kills from Tamu to finish things, but that's all it will be. A stopping of the OC economy from growing too large.
Studious save for Tamu. The op, low health on Bing. They had no clue where Glyph was. And this is the lurking that I've been hoping to see, that I wanted to see on Pearl, that Glyph wasn't quite able to find the thread of. But now that he's on Viper, now he's on a character that doesn't get weighed down by the proximity to its utility, Glyph has become much more fluid on the map, right up through kitchen, into mid, holding Bing's attention to where, even at the very end there, even when the Cove came down and Noble was set up with the op, Bing was still worried about the lurk through mid. No info for Tamu meant they couldn't commit to that 3v4, especially with their health so low. So OC, not only do they have a breath of fresh air now, they fully stabilized their economy.
They got Tamu's economy breathing heavy themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not looking too
Here.
great over on that side of things. Noble holding the angle with an
Here.
operator. We'll have first contact. Like you said, the flashless composition, so this is a very, very, very hard swing to actually hit. You've got to do it with two people. It's got to be well timed. If you don't hit the shot, you better at least make sure your body swings back around that corner. Noble the man for the job. Honestly, I'm putting Noble in situations like this. Saint though in the
Noble's
mid.
already used his dash.
It looks like that's fine.
Party's over.
Noble hits the shot though. I told you. No one else I'd rather have right about now.
Really good work from Dill there.
Bomb
Dill
grenade
prevents
out.
any sort of tradability. Entry can't dash forward and chase Noble down while the op's resetting, right? While he's trying to find a different angle. Because Dill is there. That's both duelists down, and the spike doesn't even get planted. Owl drone delaying even more and
30
more
seconds
time. We're
left.
down to 30 seconds. There is no time to rotate, no information to rotate. They have to commit into 3 players at the ready. And this wall's only going to last another 2 seconds.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my. As they fall, so do the OC players. I mean, it's not been the most consistent thing, but they are so often waiting for the end of these rounds. And Paul, you and I are begging for a change of pace, and somehow OC are managing to go slower and slower.
Well, at this point, I'm willing to say there are only 3 things in life that are certain. Death, taxes, and that OC will try and make a play happen in the last 30 seconds of the round.
You know, it feels like, you know, the old lawnmowers that had like the rabbit on one and the turtle, except now it's only going in one direction. We're only moving towards turtle.
I'll be honest, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh boy. Wow, is that a niche reference?
I don't.
Anyways.
I think the problem is I don't think I've ever operated a lawnmower in my life.
Wow.
You forget I live in Arizona. You know how many lawns we have here? Maybe
You know what?
2
Fair.
in the
You
whole
know what?
state.
Fair.
Grass does not survive.
All right, Noble for another first shot. Again, I love my odds with Noble right about now. Noble's been failing himself since last map. Has a lot of wind in his sails. OC, continue. I hearkened the word patience, but
Don't worry, guys. If we stand here long and finally, okay, showstopper. All right,
I mean, it
aggressive
worked for them
play
in the past.
forward,
They were
maybe.
pulling. This doesn't work. There's no util pulled. Can you calmly back away? This does for the Vipers hit out. He's got one too. This is gonna get messy.
Yeah, I mean, literally this would just be a bloodbath inside. Look for timing. What a maniac running forward like that. That's a full sprint.
One enemy remaining.
Being has snuck inside the Viper's pit too and put it down. I mean, it's not easy for Dill. He's only got 51 health.
Two players to kill.
Ooh,
Good flick.
Yeah, really nice.
Feel like cleans things up. OC up to 3.
Oh, it's crazy how OC's confidence has gotten them. The problem is when they start ping-ponging around and they lose out in the first fight.
Yeah, once blood starts waffling, there's no unwaffling the blood, you know? And OC do be waffling sometimes.
I don't think you should make waffles out of blood.
I think you're missing
Right
the
here.
reference. That's okay. All right. Attack
Or I
on
was
B side,
purposely
but
ignoring
it's
your
just
reference.
you know what? It's fine. I'll find somebody else.
Brutal.
Spike down in the middle of the map. Well, rotate over. Looks like they've chosen A.
I love this deep cascade too from Bing right there, right? It prevents like a late mid push. It allows him to clear tunnel effectively and see, hey guys, I think we're good. Glyph's not lurking this round. They're not toward B because we have an operator there. So let's
Toxins going up.
rotating.
Poison orb emitting.
Into the last second again. There's 3 players here. Bing is there at a
30
moment's
seconds
notice.
left.
If Teeny gets out, you are in trouble. Teeny gets one, doesn't get out. They don't know about KHS. Eli's able to clean it up, make sure the damage isn't so bad, but Bing is snuck up on top of the point.
Spike planted.
Do they?
Yeah, he made some noise. What? They should have heard him.
Initiated.
Well, Instinct, pick your moment. You're done for, my friend, one way or another. Can you get anything out of this beforehand? Does that nade actually clear a lockdown?
One enemy remaining.
It does, and he clears still. Wow, okay,
All right, Instinct.
I'll eat my tongue there, Instinct. Turns out, you weren't dead.
Glacial pace of OC. Quite befitting to Icebox.
But
Again, you don't think it's the pacer that's doing it.
exactly, right? Because eventually, when OC decided, yes, we want to go to the A site, they actually managed to get it done. And I really like, even though it was a little bit hairy, not fully clearing the deep corner where KHS was hiding, certainly put a thorn in OC's side. But the double duelist did its job. It made some space. It got the rest of these players onto the site. So the Glyph, St. Eli. I mean, that's a nasty post-plant combination, those 3 characters, right?
Now looking to do the same thing on B, this time faster, this time earlier. Damn, you react this time, though.
Alarm bot down.
They're going to be quick to get here. They know they don't have the most weaponry, but if they can just bring numbers, they're going to be a good spot. Unfortunately, OC also understands that.
Yeah, that was really nice from OC. They bait just enough, and it wasn't a full bait either. They were willing to commit to the B plant, but they have the lurk the entire time toward A. And once that Viper wall goes up, once Tiny throws it,
Can't use that yet.
oh, okay, yeah, they've rotated, guys. Let's not fight them.
Here.
Careful here. Could get overwhelmed. He just let stay by. At least he gets another one out of it.
One enemy remaining.
32 now. That should be
Alright.
it. Nice and tied up. OC have reached even.
Yeah, they've recovered, right? They've fully recovered. And they can actually take a lead despite how frustrating the start to this half was for OC. My question is, I mean, Icebox, even with the innovation like the Viper Harbor stuff that we've been seeing, Icebox has always been this kind of map, right? It's always been a very execute heavy, very post-plant heavy kind of map, right? So how those wrenches in the gears you were talking about are what we have to look at.
Toxins going
I
up.
think with OC, they had a couple wrenches early, didn't really pan out. Then they had some decisive slow rounds where they thought they had stuff. Now they're putting both of those in combination.
Nowhere to run!
And great start. Noble call.
Oh, they're catching on to that aggression from Noble. And when things get rough for TAMU, Noble starts making those moves. Plays to it. You forget the spray as well. A critical round, not just the
enemy
just out of the
remaining.
hands of TAMU players. Their economy is in so much pain. And I mean, Teeny's basically done. Maybe you could take the time to talk it out, but some major changes need to be made, and I think that's difficult. Again, you said it, because Icebox is such a...
Last round before the switch.
The map tied up in kind of pre-recorded strats, right?
Yeah.
To be able to make those differences, you're looking for 2 to 5% changes, not the sweeping, 20 to 30% changes that we would see on the other maps that made things actually turn around.
One enemy remaining.
And Noble this round was a little, I don't want to say uncharacteristic, more like ascent characteristic, right? Swings out into like a really bold angle, trying to just like info gather there, but like it's pretty wide swing to gather info. Could have tucked tighter into the corner there. Last round of the half now.
Poison orb emitting.
Pretty fast towards B, but the spike's not committed to it. It's just to get some utility out, see what the options are.
Tim, you don't want to fall for the pump fake again. It happened to them earlier. They're being very careful about this rotation. They'll send a Harbor, but nothing else. Still 2 players today. Spike does slowly get committed. OC again, banking off of their earlier pressure. Noble in a forward position though. That might not matter as much, but Tamu's certainly going to win it regardless. Noble with an open onto Glyph. Harbor getting baited back that direction for it though. Oh, the fake lockdown. God, you know how we hate these, Paul.
We're not a good fan. With Tiny dying, it's more likely. Waving high until as you fly on by. But that also gives up the lockdown fake. Or it should. Noble's still hanging on to A for some reason.
1 enemy remaining.
And now he's the only one left. I mean, it's last round, no point in saving. Saint, no way. No way Noble slips by him here, surely.
Placing alarm bot.
Well, that's silly.
Noble and now Noble knows that Noble snuck by.
Knife him! Knife him! It'll be funny!
Can you get him?
What a maniac!
Oh, oh my god, killed by his own APM spam. Cover your eyes. What a rough way to go. I mean, Noble definitely had at least 2 if he didn't do that.
I'll be honest, that round was over when Tamu bought the lockdown fake.
Oh, we have to watch it again? We have to watch it again? We have to... What is this?
Dude, he wins that fight versus Entry if he doesn't.
He absolutely does, man.
Oh man, I think he still gets cleaned up by Eli.
Maybe?
But still,
it's not unwinnable.
Look,
7-5 half. OC, pull it back.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And I do like that, you know, as much as I don't like lockdown fakes, I like the decisiveness to try and draw Tamu to your weak side of the map. You've just lost Glyph over there. You've lost your Viper, right? You can't, your Viper who's committed the wall to A, so you're not going to go to A anymore off the map, right? Whoa, so I like the decision making from OC. Now we'll have to see if they can react effectively on their defense. Very quick A take by Tamu and nobody's home. Full 5v5.
Damn, you have control, but they don't quite have a win yet. All 5 members of OC waiting in the wings to make this retake happen. They've got the site completely surrounded as well. Putting holes in TNE. Eli's traded back. Now they recognize there's players underneath them. KHS doing a good job from the low angle. Bing's able to trade it back as well, though, as we go back. Forcing the kill feed. Ends in a 2 versus 2. This matters so much, and Dill comes up big. Now 2v1. The attacking side, and Glyph, unfortunately.
1 enemy remaining.
Great place to do this. Does sneak into a corner, but Bing. Quick on the flick.
Yeah, good work there from Dill to go all the way to the edge, just swing through the smoke, right? When you hear that tap on the spike, there's a tendency on occasion to not fully respect that corner that the Viper can tuck in behind the sign, right? But good work from Dill. Even though he dies here, just the fact that he's willing to like go for the angled swing gives Bing that extra half a second to react. Another pistol on the board for Tamu.
They keep putting him up, too.
Yeah.
It's weird how the series has just continually changed. In identity, like 100%. Like, it's not like, oh, a little bit. Nothing has been consistent.
Spike down.
Finding trees. Bodes well for their second round. They've only got pistols and rifles, but they are stuck in this position. Quite difficult to get out of. Noble making sure that they can't leave and that they are punished for their misgivings and their aggressions towards the Tamu spawn. KHS looking for the last player in Saint.
1 enemy remains.
Lurks out in mid. Doesn't have to get one more. It's pretty solid economic damage now having been done. The plant up.
Spike planted.
Any way to win this for Glyph? I mean, we have seen some Glyph miracles with the Sheriff before, Paul.
It all depends on if Noble reads the fake lurk. Wow, he thinks he went through kitchen.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh! Uh-oh.
Last one's got to be a headshot.
It's got to be a headshot. Even at this range, a headshot would have just been barely enough. No dice for Glyph. I mean, solid damage done by OC there. Oh, really solid.
I mean, 4 down. This bonus is in shambles.
What a questionable angle of engagement from Tamu. Like, 3 of them threw themselves into the pit before any information, before any trades, before anything, right? Like what the angle TAMU chose to take those fights from was bizarre, at least. And they're not even going for a bonus because they've lost so much. They're gonna buy into this round fully.
I'm here for it. I don't want to see them allow any momentum to go the way of OC. Yes, you're gonna pay a little bit in terms of how much you're bringing to the table, but Tam, you are not in a place to take argument, to just take charge of the map or allow OC the momentum of the series, and we know what that means to do the latter.
You are taking charge of the map, right? Like, you
Absolutely.
see the Cascade clears out B-Long. There is no way to contest a Harbor in B-Long with Cascade. That's just a fact. That's why Harbor is getting run on Xbox more and more. Now, the Viper Wall is up. The Owl Drone is going to clear sight. OC have read into this pretty effectively, but how do you stop this play?
And they've had trouble on the previous map stopping plays from this competition. They've got more rounds to prove it this time, but it looks like they're going to use it. All that Harbor and Viper util is completely holding them off, and it's not stopping anytime soon. It all starts with one recon dart. Eli looking to figure out where these players are and just open up an angle for entry. Anything will do. A sliver of a corner will do it.
There's so much spam in util here. OC have stalled this for so long, and they still got another rotation of Snakebite. There's still a paint shell for Instinct when he wants to go for the retake. Look at that! Look at that! Damn you! They wanted so badly to get this, but OC refused to give an inch.
30 seconds left.
We'll trade one back.
One enemy remaining.
Making sure that OC hold this strong. Tam, you took charge early, but quickly fell short. OC, the rotates in, hold the util to keep them locked out. All-Star puts them up to 8.
And
advantage for the team on match point.
Instinct there didn't get involved in the kill feed at all, but it's because he had lurked so deep into A. Once that B-Long take came in, Instinct was like, oh, well, there's going to be surely less players over here, so he goes for a pretty risky lurk, but one that gets him so much info. All 4 of his teammates are able to commit to B because Instinct's deep position lets them know not only are they fully committed to B, but they're not even rotating, not even faking. They're doing the pump break that we talked about before, right? And now look at this read.
Shut down. Again, there's what you're looking for. Taking down Noble, even holds the angle this time. Maybe 3v4, certainly not unwinnable for this team. They would love to rip economy out of OC's hands. Possibly take an operator away from it. A lot on the table right now for OC. Important round, solidify your lead. Entry helps it. KHS takes another way. No more operator now for OC. They've got to take all these fights. There they are. Mono. KHS first to take it up. The Viper Wall, the only thing that separates them. Swings it early. Check this corner. Eli's there. Misses initially. Bing swings it, but Eli's good yet again. Up to 9 for OC. A critical round 1.
This is looking a little bit more like what we saw on Ascent, where OC are anticipating where TAMU want to go. Their B-take didn't work in the previous round, so OC expect TAMU to lean very heavily toward A. They disrupt the early round. They bring time for rotates, and they cause TAMU to doubt themselves. The second rotation recon dart comes back up. Eli uses that to great effect, finding the ping onto Bing, letting him know that they're still committed to A, and then he tucks himself into a corner that would be impossible to clear effectively. Oh, TAMU are going to mid to B.
This is a TAMU move if there ever was one. You don't see it often because it's not very good, but TAMU love bringing it out. Entry shuts it down with an operator. It seems like it has run out of steam yet. Noble trying to make something happen.
Last player
OC still reeling a little bit from seeing a play that they're not quite used to. They reacted well enough. Noble, the only person left. 1v3. Not undoable for a player of this caliber.
He's not KHS on map 1, though. It'd be funny if he kind of just went to A right now. I think the alarm bot's actually, like, too far from Saint to be currently active. Glyph's thinking about it, though. Or is he? I thought he was about to go check mid.
I mean, they're fine if he plants the spike. They don't care.
Yeah, I mean, you know, $100. Really
OC are just going to make sure they're close enough to trade, that they're closing everything off on B. Not give an inch to Noble. because they hold strong.
30 seconds
Let's
left.
rotate. It's a little bit less seen. Mind. Entry
I
does
think
not
30
have this angle.
seconds.
Entry doesn't have this angle covered. Oh wait, he actually sneaked by. No! Put it! Stop!
Stop pulling it out!
Again, Noble!
Bro, someone needs to unbind 3. Unbind 3 from Noble's keyboard, dude.
I get wanting to get there quick. Like, you have to make a judgment decision.
I mean, yeah, there's no
Right?
time.
And I actually think that thinking those players are towards mid is not a bad shout.
even if he keeps his gun out here, he might win this round.
But you know, you hate seeing the weapon death twice.
It's just, yeah, it's a oopsie. And Tammy, you're out of money yet again. OC are quickly running away with this. Reminder, OC are on match point. If they win 3 more rounds on Icebox, they will
Get out of
shunt
my way.
Tamu out in 3rd place and move up to the grand finals to face off against Blinn. A rematch for OC from the quarterfinals.
Satchel out.
What is
Satchel out.
flying in to punish KHS? What a maniac! But I gotta love it.
Nothing for a second either. No way to get out. Dill shuts it down immediately, not having any of the tomfoolery of instinct. So you do have to be careful. Remember, this is not a game that is said and done. Tamu have plenty left in them. If you give them an inch, you'll take a mile.
Looks like the rifle wasn't recovered though, Tamu.
Toxins going up.
Nervous about someone else potentially having snuck into a forward position.
They're gonna work for it though. They
yeah,
want
exactly. They're gonna pull like 3 players over, try to push these 8 players
here.
out,
Toxin
give
screen
space for
down.
Tiny to lurk. But timing here is everything for this Viper.
Exterminated.
It's crazy that Tiny was.
I suggest you
Doesn't say he pre-aimed it.
Tamu gotta stop thinking that they've won everything after one fight.
Block
Give
the
5 bullets in his clip and he reloaded. I'm losing my mind, Thor.
Entry just managed to get out. Bake's gonna put the plant down. Then you have a shot. 2 versus 3 is a tough one, but they're gonna spend the lockdown for it. This is a big spend from Dylan Bing. Not the 2 most clutch players. Unfortunately, with Cliff on their flank, they're not gonna get one on the board either. Defuse goes through. OC go up to 11. We are quickly approaching a match point for OC that I think OC feel that they should have had a map ago.
And Eli has been a menace, right? I mean, these recon darts have gotten such good actionable intel. This is a great push from Instinct, too, even though he trades 1 for 1. Oh, I'm sorry. He only had 1 bullet. I apologize, Tiny. It's not outlandish to reload there. It's still weird to reload while you're swinging a new corner, though. But so, you know. And either way, the fact of the matter is, this is the last chance for Tamu. And all they have is the Viper's pit. They're spread out in a default. Fantastic play from OC. OC aren't going to commit. There was too much resistance.
Now it's all to a default for Tamu. Something we don't see often. It's a welcome change of pace right now. OCR also spending pretty heavily in terms of early util in this round. Tamu happy to see a lot of that go by. That didn't see Noble, did it? It didn't see Noble. Oh boy, wow. This is some ships in the night stuff.
But this is more of a problem for Noble, because if Noble doesn't realize Instinct's there and he calls for his team to rotate over to A because he thinks he has position, that's going to be the entire round. That's going to be the map and the series potentially. All but done.
Toxins going up.
Look, there goes the spike's going to A.
Welcome to
Poison's gone.
What?
Check his PC. Check it.
PC. Oh, it's gonna happen. Oh no, Instinct picks up the first. Oh, thank God Noble's able to turn around and help out there. It's desperate though for Tamu.
30 seconds
Anything
left.
but match point is what they want right now. Means they need to win.
2v4.
Spike planted.
It's a little bit old. Oh, the second ping. A lot of damage.
1 enemy remaining.
All on the op. Or no, all on Noble. Hiding underneath the op. What snuffs him out.
Turn out. There.
Match ain't over quite yet, but if it ain't difficult,
Oh, no.
I don't know what is.
Deserve my inventions.
OC brought the fight to him. Let's take a look as well at the economy for Tamu, which is not looking great. What's the route through this round? I actually think it's pretty simple. You need KHS. You need KHS in a moment like that. You need the guy that bailed you out of the first map, well, almost did, to come bail you out of the last one.
You need to stop these pushes from Instinct and KHS survive. Instinct is getting way too much value. He's pushed up through A 4 rounds already. We've only been on this side 8 rounds. I'm sure he's not pushing this time around. Look at this read, too. So much utility aggressively in B long from OC. They know this is where Tim you want to come. And Noble's already gone.
Taking a card out of OC's playbook. Looking to play fast, looking to just play that execute, bring things back to the basics. It's not working. Oh, when it's been perfectly countered as well. This raise in mid could do some real damage if they try to rotate. Everybody avoids lockdown. They are all so grouped up. One more leads away from the TAMU roster. 4 versus 3 now. They do manage to at least trade it out, taking that operator off of the table, bringing it down to just rifles. B is where the focus is, and OC know that raise in mid still giving them so much information.
Where do you go? How do you do anything here? You have to just swing out and hope that your shots land. Maybe a high tide gives you a little bit of space, but Bing is so low, you're trapped in by instinct. There's no drone. Recon dart doesn't get flagged
down B.
We talked about who we needed in this moment.
Down.
He's still alive.
30 seconds
Tierney as well
left.
here. Tierney actually taking the
instinct.
Runs up this. Oh, what a... The KHS eats a bullet, but lives. They can't stop.
But we'll see if beat them to the rotate. They're already here.
Here first.
There's a showstopper.
1 enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Just needs it. OC on the verge of victory, and they've got it.
Defenders
13
win.
rounds on Icebox. Brings us to a 3-1 for OC.
A phenomenal series from OC. A stumble on Pearl, and quite an intense one at that. And maybe it took them a second to get their legs back under them here on Icebox, but once they found their pace, once they were able to dissect the adjustments that TAMU had made, Harbor was a great add-on to TAMU. I would love to see them keep this in their pool and work on it even further, but it became somewhat clear that Pearl was really where they had worked this, right? Like some of the fundamentals of this composition were there on Icebox when we saw like their attack, right? But even with the just snail's pace that OC was setting, TAMU were getting baited into a lot of early utility. They weren't able to really connect on a lot of those post plants, right? I mean, you look at the post plants here. On their attack, TAMU only planted 4 times. And on their defense, they only successfully retook twice out of 9 times, right? So it was just clear that TAMU had a little bit more homework to do to make this full adjustment. Reminder, that's not their normal Icebox comp. And OC, keeping it simple. Yes, they stumbled us with a weird comp for 1 map. Well, not a weird comp, but an unexpected comp for 1 map. But you just put Instinct on Comfort. You keep Entry on Comfort. You play as a cohesive unit, trade off each other effectively, and you give Glyph the Viper so that he's freed from the proximity required of Killjoy so that he can get a lot of those lurks on their attacking side. A phenomenal recovery from OC and a 3-1 victory to get them into the grand finals.
Yeah, well-earned one. TAMU out. OC move on. Looking for that rematch versus Blinn, rather. You see Glyph.
You
that
saw Glyph,
307
yeah.
combat score. Who is, honestly, hell of a game on the Viper. Did everything they needed to do, and I think that's impressive stuff for a team that, again, we talk about OC, they're not used to losing. I mean, they lost once to Blinn, and we're like, okay, guys, we're revamping everything. We got to rework some stuff. We got to make this happen. And it's like that again. They're not used to losing. Even last semester, losing to UST was a bit of an upset. Like this team, since it's been a short lifespan, has not known much other than victory, and so. Losing that first map, I think to be able to bounce back from it in the way that they did on Icebox, especially back into the Harbor, it is quite admirable because it shows that they are learning that tenacity that you need to compete in Collegiate Valorant.
Exactly. Tenacity is a great word for it. Determined was what I was going to say. They're a very determined team when it comes to winning. You heard them in the entry at the top, or in the interview with Entry at the top of the day. They want to take shots at Northwood, right? They want to play up against Fisher. You gotta be showing TAMU what's what if you're gonna go take on those two titans in a nationals. And TAMU, I will give them credit. This series admittedly was closer than I theoretically anticipated. Haven was phenomenal. KHS was a beast and a half. And I loved what they were showing us on Pearl, but falling to the wayside on Ascent, their theoretical #1 map, right? And it's been TAMU's like favored map for a really long time. It was always going to be really hard for them to recover from that Ascent loss. Even if they won Icebox here after stealing away Pearl, they'd somehow had to have survived Lotus, which wasn't going to be easy for them. I don't think, actually, let me double check. I don't think TAMU has any plays on Lotus. I misspoke. They do have plays on Lotus. They have 6 plays. They've lost half of them. So it was going to be tricky for TAMU to really well navigate this series. And OC Esports, they show us that they've come to play, and they even keep that Lotus hidden for tomorrow, potentially.
That they do. Big stuff in store. We got Blinn versus OC tomorrow. Make sure you guys follow so you don't miss it. But from us today, that's all the Valorant we got. Stay tuned for tomorrow.